The manhwa begins at a funeral, complete with the usual all-black get-ups and gloomy vibes. It's all going down at this little old church on a hill. The grieving family and mourners are having a moment of silence for the three dearly departed. After the ceremony, everyone tries to show some love to the guy who lost his family, offering up some comforting words before heading out. This leaves the man and his lady companion to have a little one-on-one time. He compliments her for how well the funeral attire suits her. Her only response to this compliment is a fiery glare at him while she tries to calm herself down. Turns out, this lady is his wife, and she's reminding herself to stay chill and play the part of the perfect lady of the house, now that her hubby's the head honcho. But there's something off about this guy. He seems a little too calm and collected for someone who just lost 3 family members at once. It's almost like he's happy about it. Sketchy, right? Fast forward to a carriage heading north after the funeral. We see our protagonist staring out the window, pondering Rose Hill, this place with an eternal overcast that can apparently drive you bonkers or send you spiraling into depression. She even has family members, the Nathans, who have gone insane, and she suspects it's because of the weather. They finally arrive at their dark age-looking mansion, and once inside, they are welcomed by various maids. The couple are Sir Carter and Lady Giselle Nathan. The head maid is super pumped to meet Giselle for the first time post-wedding and gives her a special shout-out. But Carter's not about that chit-chat life. He shuts it down real quick, telling Giselle she must have forgotten the maid, Sophia. Later, when they're talking about unloading furniture from the carriages and getting the master bedroom ready, it's clear this is Giselle's first time at the pad with her man. Carter informs Giselle that he will not be having dinner at the house and asks her to have dinner without him because he has some of his late brother's businesses to attend to. Since she doesn't give off any reaction after hearing of his departure, Carter scolds her for this behavior and gives her 2 rules that she must obey for a stressless stay at her new home, which are that she should not go around the house on her own and she should attend all events invited to and perform her duties as his wife. Once he is done giving her instructions, he leaves intending to see her later that night. Once her husband is out of her hair, Giselle loosens up. She's having a smoke when a sealed letter on the table catches her eye. Sophia, the head maid, tells her about the origin of the letter on the table, an invitation to a tea party organized by Duchess Tuitte, who gained the title of Duchess because her husband passed away. The head maid, Sophia, is of the opinion that Giselle ignored the invitation due to the lack of decorum Tuitte is showing by sending a party invitation to a family in mourning. Nonetheless, she suggests she attends Lady Williams of the Williams family's grand party that is in a few days, yet she scans through the letter on the table. Later that night, Giselle and her hubby are getting it on, but she's just not feeling it. She's totally checked out until he's finished. As he's snoozing away, she's lying there, staring at him, thinking, is this really my life now? Playing the perfect, obedient wife by day and being at my husband's beck and call by night? No love, just loneliness? Is this it for me? She's feeling pretty miserable, so she decides to get out of bed and hunt down some meds to help her catch some Z's. She can't find the drugs, so she's thinking about asking a maid for help. That's when she spots this light that just draws her in like a moth to a flame. Turns out, it's coming from a lamp that a maid is using. Giselle calls out to the maid, hoping she can hook her up with the pills she needs. But the maid is so focused on the door she's about to walk through that she doesn't even hear Giselle. Giselle, being the curious cat she is, follows her. She peeks through the door and realizes it leads to a basement. She recalls her husband's rules but tells herself it must be a useless rule he plans on using to have a hold over her. So, she heads into the basement, trailing the maid as she goes deeper and deeper, through one door after another, until they reach the final door. Giselle listens in on what the maid is saying. She initially suspects she came this far for rendezvous with her lover, but when she listens in a little more she is alarmed by the maid requesting for whoever she is speaking to show her a sign that he is alive. A few more seconds of listening, and Giselle realizes this is definitely not a romantic rendezvous. The maid is saying some weird stuff, and the person she's talking to isn't even responding. Giselle is getting more and more curious, and she gets so caught up in it that she forgets she's supposed to be hiding. She accidentally makes a noise, which totally spooks the maid. This causes the maid to demand to know if anyone is lurking in the shadows. Giselle reveals herself and the maid questions her mission down at the basement at such late an hour. However, her mind is not on the maid, but she searches for who the maid was speaking to and spots him on the floor with his face down. Understanding the trouble they might both be in, the maid attempts to make Giselle look away from the listener because the master would be mad at her. But it's too late. Giselle's already wondering if the collapsed figure is a child or not. Okay, so the maid knows she's in deep trouble now. She's begging her mistress to just go back upstairs and pretend like none of this ever happened. But Giselle's curiosity and concern for the caged person are too strong. She can't just let it go. While they're going back and forth, neither of them notice that the prisoner is starting to move. The maid is too busy trying to convince Giselle to ignore the boy in the cage and telling her how Master Carter made them all swear they wouldn't let Giselle find out about him. But all Giselle's thinking about is why they would cage another human being. What did he do to deserve this? She's got questions, and she's not listening to the maid's warnings. Well, she gets her answer pretty quickly when the guy in the cage gets this predatory look on his face, and his eyes start glowing amber. He lunges at the maid, who's closest to the cage, trying to take a bite out of her. But Giselle's not about to let that happen. In a split second, she shoves the maid out of the way. The maid's safe, and it seems like everything's cool, thanks to Giselle's quick thinking. But now, Giselle's the one in danger. The prisoner grabs her leg and sinks his teeth in. Now she gets why he's locked up. The maid starts freaking out while Giselle's in some serious pain. Giselle tells the maid to go get help, and she takes off, leaving Giselle terrified and hurting. She's amazed at how strong this creature is, and the way he's drinking her blood makes her realize he's a monster. The pain and sudden dizziness make her feel like she's knocking on death's door. With the little energy she has left, she tries to fight off the beast. She's not sure if she'll make it to tomorrow, and she knows dying like this would be totally unfair, especially after living such a miserable life. It's like the beast can read her mind or something because he suddenly stops sucking her blood. His predatory look disappears, and he seems much calmer. They stare at each other for a few seconds, and then he reaches out, wipes a tear from her left eye, and apologizes. That's when she passes out. Picture this, it's daytime, not long after the whole basement fiasco. Giselle's got her leg all patched up, and she's standing in front of her husband, Carter, along with Sophia, the head maid, and the maid who was with her in the basement the night before. Sophia's giving her the rundown on what the doctor said. She'll be okay, but she'll have a scar. Carter's face is like an open book, and it's clear he's fuming mad at Giselle. He lays into her right in front of the maids, then tells them to scram so he can keep chewing her out. The maid who accidentally led Giselle to the basement is worried about her, but there's nothing she can do. Carter's all bent out of shape because Giselle ignored his rules and did her own thing. He tells her to consider the injury a lesson for not following orders. He even almost goes as far as making it so she can't have kids, but luckily, she manages to beg her way out of that one. Maybe the guy's not a total monster after all. He lights up his pipe and starts explaining some things to her. Turns out, he knew she'd find out about the thing in the basement eventually, but he didn't think it would happen so fast. That's why he's so ticked off. He didn't expect her curiosity to take her exploring the house so soon. So, how did this creature end up in the basement? Well, that's quite the story. Apparently, it was one of Carter's dad's weird collectibles. The old man was known for his love of buying bizarre items and body parts at auctions. He brought this monster home when Carter was just 10 and called it a flower that feeds on blood. As soon as their dad kicked the bucket, Carter's older brother got rid of most of the creepy collection, but he wasn't sure what to do with the basement creature. He tried everything to get rid of it, bullets, starvation, you name it, but nothing worked. In the end, the brother died before the monster did. Giselle's intrigued by the whole flower that feeds on blood thing. She was sure it used to be a child that somehow grew up way too fast. She asks Carter what he's planning to do with the creature, and he admits he's not entirely sure. He wants to run some experiments to see how long it can go without food, and he's hoping that eventually, he'll figure out how to kill it or just sell it on the black market to some weirdo who's into that kind of thing. As he's explaining all this, Giselle's got this mischievous grin on her face. Oh yeah, she's definitely going back to that basement. Later on, Giselle's hopping around, doing her thing, when suddenly someone calls out to her. Lo and behold, it's the maid from the night before. The maid starts apologizing for getting Giselle into this whole mess and for not being able to help her out. But Giselle's not even listening to the apology. Instead, she drops a bombshell: she's been looking for the maid. The maid totally misreads the situation and thinks Giselle's about to punish her. So she bows her head, says she's sorry, and braces herself for whatever punishment her madam's about to dish out. But then Giselle hits her with a plot twist. She's not looking to punish the maid at all. Nope, she needs something else entirely. Giselle tells the maid she wants the keys to the basement. Why? So she can keep tabs on the creature downstairs until further notice. The maid's jaw practically hits the floor. She definitely wasn't expecting that. The maid's not having any of it though. She's not buying what Giselle's selling. She wants to know if Master Carter is actually cool with Giselle taking charge of the basement creature. Giselle realizes her first attempt is a total flop, so she switches gears and tries to bribe the maid for the key. The maid starts freaking out, telling her mistress that if anything happens to her again, she'll be in deep trouble for letting her go down there. Giselle's not listening to reason, though. She's all, it'll be our little secret, and I'll pay you enough to help you out even if you get canned. At this point, the maid's confused about why her mistress is so obsessed with this whole thing. She apologizes but stands her ground, leaving Giselle feeling let down. But wait, plot twist. The maid offers to take Giselle down to the basement herself since she can't hand over the key. Down in the basement, the creature's sitting at the edge of its cage, looking pretty spooked. The maid's shocked that it's all grown up now, considering it was just a kid last night. Giselle can't believe the maid didn't notice the growth spurt, but the maid defends herself, saying she was too scared to pay attention. She had rushed to get Miss Sophia, the head maid, to help free Giselle. Turns out, the house has no male servants except for the coach driver, so Sophia's stuck doing all the heavy lifting. Giselle asks if the creature's known for biting people, and even though the maid's new, she's never seen anything like what went down last night. But she did hear that the creature almost killed someone by biting their neck. Giselle figures Sophia must have told the maid to steer clear of the creature. The maid then drops her theory that the monster only chows down on humans. To test this out, Giselle tells the maid to bring the creature some grub. The maid's freaking out again at the thought of leaving Giselle alone with the creature, but Giselle promises not to do anything while she's gone. The maid comes back with a loaf of bread for their little experiment. She begs Giselle not to get too close while she's trying to get the creature to take the bread. She's bummed when the creature doesn't budge, not even to attack her, even though she's within reach. This makes her think the creature's not hungry. The creature looks up for a second, catching her by surprise, but then it buries its head between its knees like it's shy or scared. The maid's curiosity gets the best of her, and she asks her mistress why she's so interested in the creature. Giselle admits it's all an act of rebellion because she doesn't want to be an obedient wife. This deep revelation makes the maid feel comfortable enough to cross a line and ask if Master Carter often gets violent with Giselle. The look on Giselle's face tells the maid she's overstepped and should cool it with the questions. Giselle seems to start warming up to the maid and even remembers to ask for her name. The maid happily replies that she's in Brenna but prefers to be called N. One question leads to another, and we find out Anne's only 19, about the same age Giselle was when she got hitched. Giselle warns Anne to be careful because it's after marriage that a man shows his true colors. It's clear from her advice that Giselle's dealing with a man who's petty or likes his booze and women. She also suggests Anne figure out what sets him off. Her words hit home for Anne, who now understands what her mistress is going through and why she doesn't want to be an obedient wife. Out of compassion, Anne makes a mistake she might regret later. She shows Giselle the key to the basement doors and tells her where she keeps them. She drops a hint that when she's at work or asleep, she might not know if someone takes the keys. She even describes where her room is and mentions that if the keys go missing, she wouldn't be able to tell anyone because it would get her in a ton of trouble. Basically, she's encouraging Giselle to swipe the keys when she's not looking. Her weak smile shows she feels for her mistress, who's definitely picked up on the hint and will most likely do exactly what Anne suggested. Later that day, Sophia comes to Giselle with some news. First up, there's an invite to Countess Williams's party, but Giselle's not really feeling it. Then, there's a reply from Duchess Tuitte to Giselle's letter. It's your typical letter, with Tuitte apologizing for the wound on Giselle's leg, which she thinks is from a dog, thanks to Carter's cover story. Tuitte also says sorry for sending a letter while Giselle was in mourning, but she just really wanted to meet her. In the letter, Tuitte expresses her hope that Giselle settles into the Rose Hill neighborhood comfortably and mentions that she'd love to chat with her in person soon, especially since no one seems to know what Giselle looks like. Fast forward to after Giselle's intimate night with her husband. She sneaks out to check on the basement creature. She tries to reason with it, introducing herself and asking for its name, but it's not having any of it. Giselle gets fired up and demands that it speak to her, because she knows it can. Still, radio silence. She realizes it's not going to respond, but she keeps talking anyway. She informs the creature that she'll be visiting it until further notice. Giselle tells it that she'll let it drink her blood from time to satisfy its hunger, but she can't do it every day or she'll die. She's thinking once a week for now, but she asks it to be gentler than last time because it really hurt. This topic seems to catch the creature's attention. Giselle notices and shows it the scar on her leg from its bite. That really gets its attention. It looks worried seeing the damage it caused and crawls over to her. Giselle takes this as a good sign, thinking it's interested in the blood around her injury. She remembers how much it hurt when it bit her the first time and how painful it would be if it bit her leg again. This makes her want to pull her leg away, but then she remembers that the creature apologized to her right before she passed out, so she decides to give it a chance. The creature then starts licking her leg, which confuses Giselle because she's not sure what it's trying to do. As she pulls her leg back, she accidentally falls to the floor, which also confuses the creature. Things take a weird turn real quick, as the creature just keeps on licking the cut, and Giselle, who's now sitting on the floor, is feeling all kinds of uncomfortable. Next scene, we're at a fancy schmancy ball, complete with music and a bunch of rich-looking folks. Yup, Giselle and Carter decided to show up at Countess Williams's shindig. The old, chubby lady is thrilled to see Giselle all dressed up and looking like $1,000,000. She's also super grateful that the couple made it, especially after the accident that took out Carter's brothers, who were buried just a few days ago. Carter thanks her for the invite and then suggests they wrap up their chat so Giselle can go mingle and meet some people since she doesn't have any friends or family in the area. Countess Williams is all for it, thinking Carter's just the sweetest, most caring husband ever. Meanwhile, Giselle's not too happy about his suggestion but keeps her mouth shut. Both Giselle and Carter know he's not exactly the caring type. Now, is this destiny, fate, or just Duchess Tuitte's obsession? Giselle had dodged Duchess Tuitte's invitation, but now a servant at Countess Williams's ball comes over to let the Countess know that Duchess Tuitte has arrived. Giselle notices that word about Duchess Tuitte is spreading like wildfire, and people are pointing fingers at her as she makes her entrance. Folks must really have it out for her, considering the kind of reception she's getting. She sure knows how to steal the spotlight, that's for sure. With all the side comments about Duchess Tuitte being spread around, Lady Williams goes to welcome her even though she doesn't enjoy it. She does so because at the moment, Duchess Tuitte is a guest here. From their conversation, Duchess Tuitte and Countess Williams haven't seen each other in a while, but that doesn't stop the Duchess from throwing shade at the Countess's party, claiming to appreciate the effort the poor lady puts into her dull parties. The Countess takes the insult like a joke and laughs it off. It doesn't take long for Duchess Tuitte to spill the beans on why she's really there. She asks if Giselle's at the party and mentions she's worried about her injury. The Countess, who's got no clue about Tuitte's real motives, quickly points her in Giselle's direction, mostly to get the Duchess off her back. Giselle and the Duchess lock eyes, and Giselle can't help but notice how tall and gorgeous she is. But why is she so interested in Giselle? The Duchess's smile says they'll be chatting soon. As the ball keeps going, Carter ditches Giselle to go schmooze with other people. She's flying solo when three ladies who were gossiping about Duchess Tuitte earlier come up to her, wanting to talk. Giselle decides to hear them out. One of the ladies tells her to steer clear of the Duchess, but Giselle's not one to just blindly follow orders. She asks why they want her to avoid the Duchess. The Cinderella lookalike spills the tea. 5 years ago, Duke Tuitte died in a suspicious accident, and everyone thinks the Duchess offed him. She never tried to set the record straight and didn't seem to shed a single tear over her hubby's death. Weird, right? But wait, there's more. The ladies keep dishing, even though Giselle's not really into it. They say the Duchess is known for being rude and awkward in social situations, and they all agree she's a drag to be around. Speak of the devil, the Duchess pops up out of nowhere, startling the gossipers. She's all, "What ya talking about?" Giselle, cool as a cucumber, just bows respectfully when the Duchess greets her and asks about her leg. Giselle thanks her for her concern, and the Duchess invites her over to her place, since the letters didn't work out. Giselle assures her she'll stop by, which makes the Duchess happy. She takes off, and the gossip girls keep talking. They feel like they failed to save Giselle from the Duchess's clutches and feel sorry for her, since it seems like the Duchess has taken a liking to her. But they're not giving up that easily. They suggest Giselle make an excuse and dodge the Duchess, saying that someone with no husband or kids to pass the noble title to isn't worth her time. Despite all these warnings, the smile on Giselle's face says she's going to do the exact opposite. After meeting both Countess Williams and Duchess Tuitte in one day, there's still one more person Giselle needs to see before calling it a night. She heads down to the basement to visit the creature again, this time armed with cookies and a lesson on how to eat them. The creature's shyness vanishes as soon as Giselle takes a bite of the first cookie, and it gobbles up the rest. Giselle's happy to see it enjoying the treats and gets a little too close for comfort, even patting its head. At this point, the creature seems more like a him, so let's go with that. He's stunned by how chill Giselle is around him and asks if she's not afraid of him. She quietly notes his soft voice and tells him she's not scared because she believes that deep down, he's a good kid. The next day, while And is brushing the staircase railings, she gets a visit from her mistress. However, she doesn't look too comfortable having her around. She questions her on why she has come to see her, and Giselle asks if she has male clothes to give her. And makes it clear that she wants no part in this any longer and makes that clear to Giselle, yet she would not go away. She reminds and she's already an accomplice, which makes her feel uncomfortable, but luckily for her, she gets saved from this terrible situation by Sophia when she asks Giselle what she is doing in that part of the house. Sophia saves And again but is unconscious of this. She is accompanied by an old man named Dr. Zimpel-Shapian and requests Giselle follow them upstairs as she wonders if the man is here to check on her leg and why he is a different one from the last doctor. So, Giselle tags along to hear what the old man has to say. After a bit, he starts firing off some personal questions. He asks if any of Giselle's parents, especially her mom, had any diseases, if she's got a healthy mind, and if she gets enough sleep. Giselle's cool with answering these questions, until the doc crosses a line. The second he asks if she gets her period regularly, she's ticked off. She still gives him answers, but she's thinking, why the heck is this doctor asking me these things? Now let's rewind to a flashback from an auction. There's one last item up for grabs, and the auctioneer seems pretty stoked about it. It's the creature, way before it ended up in Carter's basement. The auctioneer whips off the cover, revealing him as the blood-drinking immortal. But the crowd's not impressed. All they see is a naked kid with a cute face, and they couldn't care less. That is, until the auctioneer grabs a gun and gives them a little demo of why this creature's the grand finale. The sound of the gunshot jolts the creature awake in its cage. It's freaked out and confused, but probably relieved it was just a bad memory. Once it calms down, it notices a ray of light sneaking into the prison. It tries to touch the light, curious about what'll happen, but gets a nasty sting that sends it scurrying back to the corner. Cut to Giselle, who's furious. She slaps Sophia for bringing in a doctor to check her fertility. Giselle thinks Sophia called the doc to humiliate her, but then Sophia drops a bombshell. It was all Carter's idea. Right on cue, the man of the hour walks in while the maids are fussing with his clothes. He wants to know what all the fuss is about. Giselle lets him have it, telling him how gross it was to send a doctor to check if she's infertile. With her anger unleashed, this is about to turn into one hell of a fight. Someone might even get hurt. Carter's acting all high and mighty, warning Giselle to watch her mouth and respect him so she can be a proper noblewoman. But Giselle's not backing down. She fires back, saying he'll only get respect if he gives it to her too. Her defiance shocks him, since she usually just takes his insults without a peep. Then Giselle hits a raw nerve, calling Carter a coward who doesn't deserve respect because he's too chicken to even go down to the basement. Carter's rage boils over, and he smacks Giselle to shut her up. She hits the floor, still seething, and smashes a vase to let off some steam. Carter's still acting proud, asking why she's breaking stuff for no reason. It's only after the argument reaches its peak that Carter remembers the maids witnessed the whole thing. All of them, except Sophia, are whispering about what they just saw. Even though he struts out, leaving his wife on the floor, deep down, he's probably feeling pretty insulted. Later that night, the creature sits up like he is expecting someone. He catches a whiff of Giselle's scent mixed with a little blood. When she finally arrives at his prison, he is touched by the bruise on her cheek and asks if she's okay. Giselle is shocked he can see the bruise. She did not expect it to be visible in the dark. The creature remains curious about what had happened and if she's hurt, so she feeds his curiosity by telling him she got the bruise from her husband. Although Giselle tries to hide her pain with a fake smile, the creature can see through the smile, recalling the talk Giselle had with her maid and the second day she came down to the basement, the one about whether Carter got violent with her as well as her advice to and on choosing a man carefully. He remembered this was not the first time her husband hit her, yet she was more interested in the fact that he remembered her name. She tells him she did not come down to see him to discuss her marital issues but to keep the promise she made to him earlier, to let him drink her blood. She came down with a knife so he didn't have to bite her because bite marks were obvious. She tried to slit her wrist to let him suck her blood but finds out it was easier for her when it was only a thought and much scarier to execute. The creature stops her from cutting herself with a better idea in mind. He makes a small cut on the bruise and he feeds from it. Giselle lets this last for a bit but stops him when she starts to feel weird about it, leaving him to wonder how what he was doing is strange. Still, he apologizes for making her feel uncomfortable. Giselle claims she is not feeling uncomfortable and understands that he was trying to cheer her up and not seduce her, while deep down she scolded herself for being aroused. As she pats his head, he wonders what she meant by seduce. Merely thinking about it makes him blush. The day for Giselle to get her stitches removed finally arrives and the chubby doctor is escorted in by none other than Sophia. Giselle tells the doctor about how much of a hassle the stitch had been. From Doc's point of view, the wound would undoubtedly leave a scar because of how deep it was. He also drops some tips on how to take care of the injured area while unwrapping it, only for him to pause and stare at the affected area in surprise, drawing everyone's attention to the injury. Doc asks Giselle if she has been seeing a talented doctor, as the wound on her leg and the scar it's to leave behind have both disappeared like there was nothing there to begin with. She reminds the doctor of his previous statements about the wound being deep, but the old man still affirms that was what he said, which is why this occurrence puzzles him even more than it confuses them. His only logical explanation for what he has witnessed is that she is young, which must be the reason why she healed so quickly. Though he still finds it strange, all he can do is offer to remove the stitches. Giselle is in shock about the disappearance of the scar on her leg, but suspects she knows what might have caused her to heal so quickly and is before a mirror to confirm one more thing before drawing her conclusion. She observes her face with the mirror and discovers that the bruise on her cheek is also gone. She connects both injuries and deduces that the one thing both wounds have in common is that the creature in the basement licked them both. So we know where she is headed now, don't we? At the basement, Giselle keeps calling random names, while the creature watches her as she goes on. He is baffled by what she is doing and eventually asks her what she's driving at. She tells him she is trying to pick out a name for him and goes on with the name calling. She can't seem to find the right name, one fluffy enough to fit the nature of his hair. It doesn't take long for the creature to figure out something is different about her, and it's her clothes. By bringing up this topic, she remembers that he has not seen her in anything other than her night clothes, because she usually came to see him after Carter went to bed. Giselle sits so comfortably by the cage, she trusts that the creature will not harm her, and it doesn't look like he would. She drifts away from trying to pick out a name for him, just for a second to allow her to discuss how he has the ability to heal wounds by licking them. She even teases him about the possibility of him licking his wounds to heal them like cats do, but he argues he has never done something like that. The seriousness he uses to utter his response makes her laugh. That's until he reaches out of his cage and rests his palm on her cheek for a minute or two before he withdraws it shyly. His awkward act leads to an awkward silence that he breaks by telling her his name, the one his brother called him when he was younger. He shares with her his hope that she would call him by his name. Out of guilt from hearing that he had a name and a backstory she had not put in mind, she runs off in guilt, leaving him to only guess what her reason for leaving so hastily and unexpectedly might be. On her way out of the basement premises, the drama only continues as Giselle bumps into senior maid Sophia, who asks her what she is doing in this area of the house. Giselle responds speedily, alleging there was no important reason for her coming to this area of the house, but it doesn't fool a suspicious Sophia even a bit. To clear her suspicion as Giselle leaves, Sophia checks the door leading to the basement and discovers it is unlocked. What's she going to do about this? We can't be certain for now, so back to Giselle, who storms into her room, takes off her expensive-looking ball dress and drops on the bed soaked with guilt, because of how inconsiderate she had been of the creature in the basement whose name is Isaac. She beats herself up for not considering that he might have a family or a name. She sees now the possibility of him being human, but she has treated him like a monster, like everyone else treats him. All she can think of now is how Isaac may see her now as a result of her wanting to pick a name for him. Maybe he'd see her as arrogant or as one who feels she's superior to him, and that's not what she wants. As expected, Carter still takes walks past the red light district to have a quick stop or two. He is walking by with an escort when a woman comes up to them, clearly throwing herself at Carter. Carter's escort acknowledges how popular Carter is with the ladies and inquires from the woman if he is not too old to spend some time with her. Her response makes the old man happy, as the woman does not mind age but cash. Carter spots a woman in the corner who has this weird vibe around her and asks the lady who approached them about her. The woman's response should make him not want to patronize the woman in the corner named Roxy, but Carter does not heed her advice. She looks like she's going to be very important later on. It's been one social gathering to another, and Giselle is tired of pretending to be interested in these gatherings or the conversations about meaningless things. While in a carriage home from one of these gatherings, she remembered Duchess Tuitte and how she sounded like she'd invite her over soon, yet she had not gotten a word from her ever since. Her mind does not dwell too long on Duchess Tuitte as she remembered the ladies' discussion on the atmosphere that meant winter should be on its way. At home from the gathering, Giselle is before a mirror when the maid who had been helping her out all this time, comes to her with a wrap containing clothes her father used when he was younger to suffice for the men's clothes she requested. After receiving this from Giselle feels she needs to reciprocate this act of kindness by giving her earrings to as a way of thanking her for her help so far. And is worried because of the way her mistress sounds when she thanks her and asks if she is okay because she seems a bit under the weather. Giselle responds to the question with a weak smile, but her thoughts are busy. She hadn't been down the basement in weeks because she had finally figured out what she felt towards Isaac, a feeling that embarrassed her and has made her avoid him. Everyone above the basement level is going on about their lives while Isaac in his cage becomes bloodthirsty. He wonders why Giselle has not come down to see him all this time. He can't tell if she has forgotten him or not, but decides it's best she does not see him in this state because he might harm her like he did last time. He believes he can put up with the hunger by staying put in his cell like he's been doing this whole time. However, he can't stay another minute without seeing Giselle and snaps the lock like it's a toothpick. It's nighttime at Rose Hill and Giselle is done getting ready for bed, so she climbs in to join Carter, who is already in bed. He looked asleep, but it turns out he isn't when he drops a comment about how she is sleeping better these days, but she does not understand what he means, forcing him to elaborate. He has noticed that she sleeps more softly now as opposed to when they newly moved into Rose Hill. His discovery surprises her and makes her suspect he might have noticed and was aware of her visits to the basement all along. She keeps her cool, continuing with the conversation. She brings up what she has noticed and asks about his absence from the house of late and asks if work has been busy. He claims it has, bringing their short, very formal conversation to an end. Giselle then tries to go to sleep, keeping in mind that she is no longer going to visit the basement, so it didn't matter if he was suspicious or not. She concludes that it'll be strange to keep seeing Isaac because he might not be human and she has a husband, but feels she is the strange one for having feelings for Isaac. She is staying away from him to kill those feelings, yet her feelings for him reach the dream world. Giselle is fast asleep, deep in the dream world when Isaac finally finds her. He hangs on her window pane, carefully surveying the room before he steps into it. When he discovers the coast is clear, he walks over to her, admiring how cute she looks when she's asleep until he notices her husband. His hate for him makes his bloodthirst kick in. He considers killing Carter, but before he can take any action, Giselle wakes up, startled to find him standing in her room. She exclaims, almost waking Carter up. She tries to take him out of the room so they can talk better, but Isaac has a better idea of how they could get out faster. He takes her by the hand, leads her to the window and free falls from it with her in his arms, panicking as it looks like she is falling to her death. Giselle is glad she does not sustain any injury after a free fall from that height, and then her mind goes to Isaac, who cushioned her fall. She asks how he is feeling after a free fall from such height before she questions his sanity because of the same jump. She is unable to scold him further due to the tears she spots on his cheeks. Now she's curious to know why he is crying, but things only get weirder as he draws closer to her till she's on the floor wondering what he's getting at. She tries to fight him off but stops when a single tear drop from his eyes fall on her cheek, followed by another, but before she can react to these tears he utters an "I missed you" that takes her unawares. She is moved by those words, but he doesn't stop there. He reminds her of the promise she made to him to see him every week and how he's been waiting for her, but she didn't show up, so he asks her if she does not care about him anymore. Her response to all his declarations is a simple French kiss. She scolds herself for going on with a kiss that makes her feel she has lost her mind, or maybe her actions are fueled by the strange dream she had about him, but no matter how she sees it, she knows she was moved by his tears. The kiss graduates too much more that earns her another bite mark and ripped clothing. In the end, Giselle decides they should take this heat somewhere else, which they do. They take their business into the mansion, and as everyone is asleep they are free to roam the mansion's halls holding hands and without caution. Giselle is confused on whether or not to stop this before it escalates, but from the mood that she has been induced into, she feels it's best to let this go on. Their journey through the mansion takes them to the bathroom where they both undress and get into the tub. It's funny how Isaac turns away at the sight of Giselle unclad. She notices this immediately and points out the fact that he is feeling shy and is making her feel uncomfortable, yet he claims not to know what she is talking about. She tells him that there is nothing to her actions as she only came to have a quick wash after rolling in the dirt, not leaving out the part where he was the one who ruined her night clothes. Isaac tries to apologize for ruining her night clothes, but instead of an apology, all he does is fidget in the water. She sees this expression for ripping her night clothes as too apologetic. He has remorse written all over him. While in the tub, Giselle takes some time to examine Isaac, his body, face and facial expression. All these features he has makes her want to tease him. Nevertheless, she is able to apply restraint for a little while before requesting him to heal the bite mark he has given her like he healed the other wounds. At the moment there were so many questions running through Giselle's mind, questions on stuff like how he got out, if someone had let him out or not, how he felt about everything. She could ask now, but her comfort now would not allow her to do so. Her mind was still processing this, so she simply chose to see it all as a dream, setting all worries aside and diving fully into the moment. Cute, isn't it, this secret affair? While Giselle keeps her many questions to herself, Isaac does not. He reveals to her that he had felt something bad happen to her or she lost all interest in him, which made him scared. The confession slightly shocks Giselle so that she does not even know how to respond to it. Then he asks if she remembers his name, and to his happiness, she has no forgotten it. Things get intimate from here for Giselle and Isaac, with no one holding back and confidence growing till they get interrupted by a maid who heard noises and came to check the bath out. She is relieved to find out it's just her mistress. She even buys Giselle's story about her coming to have a bath after getting sweaty from a nightmare and asks why her mistress Giselle had to go through all the stress of preparing the bath by herself when she could simply summon them to do it for her. She is able to send the maid off, but before the maid leaves, she advises Giselle to be careful not to catch a cold. She is relieved she did not get caught but suggests that they act more carefully to not get caught or end up in trouble. All in the same night Giselle's affair with Isaac begins. We get to know there are others like Isaac in Rose Hill. For all we know, Rose Hill might be flooded with creatures like Isaac. In a room, in some other mansion, a lady has her blood sucked while she discusses with a lady who is sucking her blood. She asks a certain Penny about something she says she has found out, and it turns out that this Penny is actually Duchess Tuitte. Duchess Tuitte, also known as Penny, tells the lady whose blood she is sucking about a setback that came up that has been handled, yet she wishes to know more than she is willing to say, assuring the other lady that she'll take care of it. Duchess Tuitte states that the one with the information is just her type, but this statement makes the other lady jealous. More characters means more drama yet to unfold. After this bizarre but comforting night for Giselle and Isaac, Isaac can't get the thoughts of the previous night from his mind. The night that follows comes with a shocking revelation for Giselle. It's clear now that Carter has noticed her change of mood and is curious to know the good news that he has not heard about. Thoughts of Isaac cloud her mind so much that she no longer has an interest in her husband but finds pleasure in dwelling on thoughts of Isaac. At Duchess Tuitte's mansion elsewhere, she has to bid her lover goodbye, though she is unhappy that she desires to leave after only just arriving. Her lover is irritated by the sweet tone Duchess Tuitte uses to address her and orders Duchess Tuitte to address her by her name and not darling. It's then we discover her lover's name is Olivia, and after a shared kiss she promises to come back before the crescent moon becomes full. The timing for her return is so speedy, but Tuitte does not mind. She stammers as she bids her lover, Lady Olivia, goodbye, causing her chief servant to ask if something is up because of how tense she looks. She does not answer the question but only orders him to send word to Giselle to come as soon as possible. Shortly after Giselle's bath, she goes to see Isaac and he can sense her approaching from a few meters away from her scent and footsteps. As soon as she walks into the room where Isaac's cell is, she finds herself in his warm embrace. She cautions him for scaring her, though she had expected him to already be out of his cage before she arrived. She marveled at his beauty as he had on the clothes she got him. However, he had not worn the shirt properly, so she had to adjust its strings. It's adorable how confident he is behaving around her. When he tells her he missed her and his countenance as a whole, it all makes her feel shy, so shy that while she is adjusting the loose strings of his shirt, she cannot even look him in the eyes. While knotting the strings, she asks herself how he got out of the cage. The question takes her attention to the cage, only for her to discover the cage's lock on the floor, smashed to pieces. It's obvious he smashed the lock, so why did he stay in the cell the whole time? She considers Isaac as the most innocent and good-looking young man she has come across in her life, but he is called a monster because he is a mysterious creature, incomprehensible to ordinary humans and common sense. Also, his main source of sustenance is blood. At Carter's mansion, and another maid are putting away some stuff before heading to bed, and is worried about Giselle because she can't tell what time she will return given how late it was when she went for her meeting with Duchess Tuitte. The other maid assumes Giselle would return the next day, but it's not only the lateness of the meeting that bothers but also the one who invited her. There are so many rumors associated with Duchess Tuitte that are in line with her behavior, rumors like how she has never shown her face at a daytime gathering and many others which make and worry about her and hope she returns safely. Giselle arrives at Tuitte's mansion and is surprised by the size. She finds Duchess Tuitte and her servants at the entrance. The Duchess welcomes her with smiles, followed by an apology for asking to meet her at such late an hour. Giselle, though taken aback by how tall Duchess Tuitte is able to show courtesy with a bow, assuring the Duchess there is nothing to worry about. She is impressed by her physique but is aware it's rude to stare at people. She also has good-looking servants that catch Giselle's eyes. Duchess Tuitte proposes they discuss over tea and some refreshments because she presumes Giselle has had dinner, a suggestion Giselle welcomes. Giselle feels uncomfortable and can't maintain eye contact with the Duchess during tea time. Maybe it's because Duchess Tuitte won't stop staring at her weirdly. Because of this behavior, the Duchess is curious as to whether the tea is up to Giselle's standards or not. Giselle claims to find no fault in the tea, but she notices how Duchess Tuitte has a way of making people feel uncomfortable around her. Giselle decides to start a conversation to save herself from the awkward position she is in. She starts by complimenting the Duchess's hair, which she notices is shorter than it was when they last saw. Once they put the hair talk to bed, Duchess Tuitte begins to discuss her reason for inviting Giselle over. She begins with an apology to her for not inviting her over sooner. Her reason for the delayed invite is that her lover arrived under short notice, which put her in a tight spot. This woman does not cease to shock Giselle, who is astonished at the way she mentions her lover like it is nothing. She then feels there's nothing wrong about her having a lover since her husband is dead, and the conversation shifts to a talk about Duchess Tuitte's lover. She is surprised when Duchess Tuitte tells her she is her type, but ignores the statement and discusses the beauty of the Tuitte mansion and the weather, hoping she did not hear her words properly. She cuts the minor conversation and requests that they discuss the reason why she invited her, a request Duchess Tuitte finds cute. She hides her intentions for a little longer, proposing that there does not have to be any intentions attached to her wishing to meet Giselle. She just wants to be on friendly terms with her. Giselle does not buy her lie, still she decides to play along. Well, since they are getting on friendly terms, she decides to cough up some of what she's heard about the Duchess. She brings up the rumors people share about Duke's passing some time ago and how they feel she had a hand in it, so they refuse to befriend her, but she alleges that she's different and would be her friend on the condition that they would be completely honest with each other. The Duchess welcomes this suggestion with a smile and open arms. She fills her in on the details behind the Duke's death, except Giselle can't believe her story about the Duke having a heart attack while giving his all in bed. Now it's her turn to share the rumors she's heard. She lets out her real reason for asking to meet Giselle in the first place, the odd thing in Carter's basement that is neither family member nor hire, the monster that feeds on humans. Giselle's facial expression when the Duchess talks about Isaac is priceless. Tuitte reminds her that it is impossible to silence the servants all the time, and from how flustered the previous Lady Nathan, the wife of her husband's late brother, was, she could deduce that there was some truth in the rumors about the thing in their basement. Giselle looks scared for Isaac and Duchess Tuitte enjoys the shocked expression on Giselle's face that she does not understand but is not allowed to further the talk on Carter's basement because one of her servants storms into the room with news of something being wrong with Olivia, Duchess Tuitte's lover. Both women are in shock, Giselle about Tuitte's knowledge of Isaac and Tuitte about her lover who might be in trouble. She pleads that Giselle excuses her and then she leaves. Giselle's mind goes back to her conversation with Isaac about how he looked like a child the first time she saw him but grew up after feeding on her blood. He told her that he only looked like a child when he has not had blood for years or falls so all that it feels like his body is being ripped apart. At that time he cannot control himself and ends up hurting someone, so that's why he has remained in the cage. He's a good guy and does not want to hurt anyone. Because of that he stays in the cage, so there is someone to keep him from hurting others. For that reason, she decides to go to Duchess Tuitte and deny her rumors so Isaac stays safe. Giselle follows Duchess Tuitte to meet a strange sight. Duchess Tuitte was getting her blood sucked by a creature with dark hair like Isaac and similar amber eyes that is now charging at her and almost gets her, but she is saved by a blonde-haired, blue-eyed man who has just walked into all the drama. While saving Giselle, the blonde-haired character gets a whiff of Giselle. Maybe he caught Isaac's scent? Maybe it's because of Isaac's scent Olivia rushed to attack Giselle. To save Giselle, the blonde-haired hero has to serve as a shield, letting Olivia feed on him. By doing this they get a chance to hold her down and put her to sleep with the servants peeping from another room. Giselle instructs Olivia's captors to take her, while the blonde-haired hero whom a servant calls Sir Leo is getting the bite mark checked. Through it all Giselle stayed silent. That is up until Leo remembered why he got the bite mark in the first place and took out his aggression on her. He yells at her for standing still while Olivia charges at her and even questions her sanity. Giselle attempts to argue back but the sight of Leo's blood-dripping arm quiets her down. As her guest, Duchess Tuitte defends her, informing Leo that she was the one who invited her. Leo's rage intensifies after discovering she is an outsider and opposes Duchess Tuitte's decision to send her home. He believes that they could not let her go. Her title did not matter, they still have to shut her up. I'm certain they would not be friends, him and Giselle. Back home, Isaac is surprised not to find Giselle in her room. He suspects she might have been trying to find him and they missed themselves. He's about to leave peacefully but his mind goes back to Carter who is fast asleep, unaware of the danger he is in. For a quick second Isaac imagines killing Carter who is in the palm of his hands but a flashback from his childhood prevents him from doing. Also he feels Giselle might despise him if he does not apply restraint here and kills Carter, so he leaves quietly, bearing it in mind that if Giselle asked him to kill Carter, it would not be wrong. Giselle's carriage journeys through the forest as she remembers her discussion with Leo before she left the Tuitte mansion. Few hours earlier, Leo was able to know almost everything about her and read his findings out to her. He dropped his findings on the table and threatened her that he could find out more things about her like her weaknesses and that of those around her, if he so wanted to. She's a smart woman and was able to point out and make aware to him that he was unable to find anything useful about her seeing as he was threatening her with word that he could find out stuff about her. Her stubbornness annoyed him but she promised not to tell anyone anything about whatever it was they were trying to hide. Unknown to them, the thing they wish to hide is similar to the creature she wishes to keep hidden as Duchess Tuitte's words before the incident with Leo play back in her mind. She suspects that Duchess Tuitte is looking for Isaac because of something that has to do with a child that resembles him. She wonders if they are of the same kind and if she grows whenever she drinks blood, just like Isaac. She remembers Isaac, and how he looked with tears in his eyes. The memory makes her squeeze her gown firmly. She knows Isaac could leave whenever he wanted but stayed back, and one day from out of the blue he showed up and told her he misses her like she was someone special to him. This makes her wonder how she became special to him. She wonders if it's because she showed him kindness, yet because now she knows there are others like Isaac, she is not sure what would happen if someone even closer to him shows up. This thought makes tears gather in her eyes because she feels she has let the way he behaves toward her get into her head. Suddenly there is a tap at the carriage window, disrupting her thoughts. She is startled by the sight of fangs by the window, then she realizes it's just Isaac, who lets himself in before the carriage driver can even notice. She asks how he could find her. Although he had pulled this type of move before, she can't understand how he was able to find her when she was so far from the house. He confesses that as he could not find her anywhere near the house, he decided to come out and look for her. She cannot control herself and her emotions after hearing he came out to look for her, which leads her to kiss him. It's recently she began to understand how it felt to be special to someone else. She knows that if this relationship with Isaac were to end, she would become more miserable than she was before, so she hopes to enjoy it for just a while longer. Giselle takes a stroll down memory lane, back to when she was little. Back then she didn't see it, but now she can see that she was a pitiful child. Her parents didn't show her as much love as she needed. Her mother showed her little love and her father was a strict man who stopped even the maids from spending time with her. At some point, she began to wonder why they even had her in the first place. Because of them she ended up as one hungry for affection, so she attended as many social gatherings as possible after the age of 14 and became a naive young girl who fell very quickly for the sweet words men used to lure girls like her. As sad as those times were, they were the happiest moments of poor love needing Giselle's life. She was young, beautiful, and felt loved. Now, Carter was her parents' doing. He was a man her parents set her up with to marry. He played his cards well at first and she felt like she was a handsome, well-mannered gentleman, despite their age difference. He played his cards so well that he was able to make her believe she could start a new life with him once they got married. That dream of hers did not come to be, because as soon as they got married, kind Carter was gone, leaving behind his control freak, oppressive, uncultured, disgusting true self. Present day she sees her time with Isaac as a short getaway from the pains of her sad life. They indulge in some intimate acts until Carter's mansion is just a stone's throw away, and since there is nowhere for him to hide in the carriage, he decides to get off while it is still moving, but before he leaves, he tells her she is beautiful and then vanishes into the night. At the mansion, Sophia goes into the basement fully prepared to check it out. She is not surprised to find the door leading to the creature's cell open, but what does surprise her is the sight of Isaac's empty cage and the broken lock in the floor. Oh, this is bad. Giselle finally arrives at the mansion and spots Sophia lurking around in the dark, but is not sure where she is headed, although we might know who she is looking for at this time of the night. The next lineup of events are quite sad as Sophia confronts and concerning the missing creature in the basement, and gets a lantern to the head after she gets informed about its disappearance, and Sophia suspects and set it free and throws questions at her concerning her that belief, and still clings on to her innocence, though Sophia does not believe she is innocent. Sophia fires and orders her to leave the premises immediately. She also orders her to submit the basement keys, which she claims she no longer has it with her. With her hands covered in her blood from the lantern wound, her mistress Giselle comes to her mind, and still she keeps quiet about Giselle's involvement in all of this, taking Sophia's rage all on her own. Elsewhere on another night, Carter is in the red light district, unaware that the creature is no longer in his possession. He finds satisfaction in Roxy, one of the girls there. He was searching for a lady who resembles his wife but discovered he had viewed Roxy wrongly and she is not his wife's look-alike. She laughs it off, reminding him of the words he used to describe his wife while they talked. He reveals to Roxy that her eyes and hair are similar to that of his wife, which is why he sought her services in the first place, a confession Roxy finds cute and mocks him for playing a loving husband in a place like this. She also brings up the fact that he keeps spending more time with her daily, which means his marriage has not experienced much bliss of late, and he agrees with Roxy, believing that things might actually be better if they had a child. There's something off about the perfume she uses, because when Carter offers to change it she refuses, suggesting he buys something else for her if he wishes to get her a gift because the perfume is her favorite perfume. Roxy kills the perfume topic and airs out her view about Carter being anxious to get a child, being fueled by the loss of his brothers and nephews in the accident, leaving the family with no heir, and he agrees with her. After all the drama that Giselle has been experiencing, she meets up with some other ladies in Rose Hill as they welcome Countess Williams's newborn granddaughter to the world. On a normal day, she is unmoved by the social gatherings she attends, but this one had a special vibe to it. Countess Williams even asks Giselle to know how long she's been married, and when she is told their marriage has hit 5 years, she acts all sympathetic, wishing her good news anytime soon. Giselle takes a long look at the couple who have been blessed with a beautiful daughter and wonders if things would be different between her and Carter and would be a lot better if they had a child, though she doubts it would change anything. Nevertheless, just thinking about it makes her smile. While they are all happy for Countess Williams, who is now a grandmother, one of the women present brings word to the others about a man who was attacked in the forest last night. She says the case is being handled as a homicide case because the bite is not that of a beast but has the marks of a bite from a man. Giselle silently thinks about what she is hearing, but the other ladies are in disbelief at what they are being told, seeing it as a rumor, though the lady who came with the news is certain her information is very credible because her source is a police officer. The ladies reject the news and win over the one who brought it, claiming they only told her that to scare her. Countess Williams is able to rope Giselle into their conversation. She recalls there have been a plethora of cases similar to the one they are being informed about and the case with Carter's brothers. She agrees with Countess Williams while asking herself if these are the doings of others like Isaac or Isaac himself. Giselle concludes it could not have been Isaac. He isn't like that, yet the chances of there being more like him than she imagined plagues her. Snow arrives like Giselle had predicted it would, and Isaac gets to experience it firsthand outside the mansion. While inside the mansion, Giselle and Sophia have another clash because Sophia brings medicine to her that was prescribed by the doctor to handle her infertility. This offends Giselle, who asks Sophia if she believes she is the one with the fertility problems. Sophia does not wish to delve into that conversation and simply wishes Giselle would take the drug. Giselle remains stubborn, ordering Sophia to drop the drugs and leave, so she takes the drug later, yet Sophia wouldn't take this. She crosses the line, stating that she needs to see her take the medicine. Sophia's bold move offends Giselle even more, pushing Giselle to openly refuse to take the suspicious medicine Sophia is trying to force her to take because she has nothing to lose. On hearing this, Sophia completely disregards the mistress-servant relationship and asks Giselle what she feels the purpose of her existence in the house is aside from childbearing. Having had enough of her insults, Giselle attempts to slap Sophia, who prevents this from happening by holding her hand. Giselle cautions Sophia's tone by ordering her to watch what she says. However, Sophia throws the same charge back at her, suggesting that she stop behaving childish, acting like she does not know why she is in the house, and advises her to watch her behavior. She then unhands her, drops the tray with the drug, and asks her to do as she wishes because she no longer cares about what Giselle wishes to do. She leaves the room, leaving Giselle furious about the insults she had taken from her. On her way down the stairs, Sophia meets Carter's arrival and goes to welcome him. She comments on how late he has returned and she wishes to tell him something but feels he is not in the right mind to hear her out, so she asks if he would like her to say what she has to say the following day when he wakes up. Carter maintains that he is not too drunk to listen to what she has to say and gives her the go-ahead to speak on the matter that troubles her. She tells him the monster in the basement is gone and she had sacked the maid who was to look after it and failed. Nevertheless, he shows no signs of worry or concern, maintaining that it was only a nuisance, and denies Sophia the permission to organize a search for it. We get to know they both feel Giselle does not have interest or much knowledge about Isaac when Sophia asks Carter if she should inform Giselle about the missing creature, but he orders her not to, since he sees the matter as something that does not concern her. Giselle stays up due to rage, constantly refreshing Sophia's words in her mind. She felt Sophia was in no place to discuss the worth of her existence. Her rage had not died down when Isaac shows up at the window about the same time Carter stumbles into the room. She gets scared for a second there, thinking he would spot Isaac. Alas, he does not, because Isaac is no longer at the window when he steps into the room. He only collapses on the bed like a log. Isaac must have heard Carter coming a few meters away. Seeing as Carter is fast asleep, Giselle runs out to search for Isaac. When she finds him, she runs into his arms. He is joyful about being outside to experience the first snow of the year and is the one who makes her notice it's snowing. She spots his barefooted legs and rushes into the house and returns with shoes and a coat for him, to keep him warm so he doesn't catch a cold. Then she takes his hand and suggests they have some alone time somewhere else. She leads him away from the mansion, running so fast she collapses on the snow out of exhaustion, breathing heavily due to tiredness, and she complains about her throat being sore from breathing in cold wind. She's having the time of her life just laying there in the snow. Isaac is happy to see Giselle smiling again because earlier she was unhappy. He gets confused when he sees Giselle starts to make movements in the snow that he does not understand and asks for an explanation. With smiles all over her face, Giselle tells him she's trying to whip up a snow angel and invites him to join her. He is still confused about the importance of what they are doing but imitates her. While on the snow he gets the chance to look up and admire the sky and agrees with Giselle that it truly is a beautiful sight. Isaac watches her stare at the sky so happily and it brings one question into his mind, so he goes ahead to ask. He asks her if she feels happy around him and is glad to hear she is happy to spend time with him. He suggests they go a little farther but Giselle refuses, seeing as she's run out of gas. He offers to carry her on his back all the way. How could she refuse that? For the next few miles, she gets a free, comfy ride through the snowy forest. Elsewhere, by a cliff, a carriage slipped off the path and ended up in a terrible accident that left the passenger wounded and unable to use his legs. Amidst all the pain, he still worries about the coachman who is nowhere to be found. His worry subsides when a mysterious man in a cloak appears before him. He begs the man for aid and promises to pay the mysterious man heavily for his aid. The mysterious man gives a predatory smile, showing off his fangs. Such a sad way for this nice-looking passenger to end though. Isaac takes Giselle to a deserted cottage that they break into. It's freezing just like its surroundings until Isaac starts a fire in the fireplace to warm Giselle up. She's freezing severely while craving a warm bowl of ramen that might be able to warm her up. Isaac begins to undress himself, giving her no explanation whatsoever, but all her food-related thoughts disappear as he does so. It gets even weirder when he asks her to do the same. Her mind starts cooking up some perverted thoughts, but Isaac claims he is asking her to undress so her clothes can be kept to dry at the fireplace. They sit together, swaddled up by the fireplace. When Giselle declares that it's so warm, Isaac agrees with her, believing she is referring to the fireplace. However, she corrects that thought, claiming she was not referring to the fireplace but is talking about how warm his chest is, though other parts of his body are extremely cold. It's not too long before that warmth is the reason behind some very intimate moments. Their intimate moment keeps going on much later into the night. In the end, Giselle falls asleep and Isaac just lays there watching her sleep. She seems apologetic for falling asleep and left him bored, but he argues that he was not bored and loved having to stare at her face for as long as he wanted. He kisses her on the cheek to help clear her eyes, and then she asks him about the older brother who he said gave him the name Isaac. Giselle asks if the guy is his blood brother. Her interest grows when he tells her he got the name from someone who took him in from the streets. To satisfy her curiosity, she asks him for his brother's whereabouts. Isaac tells her that he does not know where his brother might be but can attest to the fact that he desperately wished to send him away, so desperately that he sold him to someone. How could he talk about this once upon a time brother of his if he did not go back to how it all started for him? His earliest memory is from his time in an alley on the streets with this guy who took care of him, a few days before things went sour with him and the guy who took care of him. That day they shared a cookie, but Isaac's half was not enough to satisfy his hunger, so the one he called his brother offered him his half. However, Isaac's hunger was for something else and his brother knew this. To satisfy Isaac's hunger, his brother lets him drink from him. In the evening they had a chat about his brother's day, which led his brother to tell him about the discussion he had with a woman who told him her son's name was Isaac. His brother admires the name, sees it as the coolest name he has ever heard, and asks Isaac for permission before he gives him the name as he felt it suits him. Obviously, he accepted the name, only for his brother's rumbling stomach to interrupt their conversation. Young Isaac was so clueless about the world around him that he stretched out his hand for his brother to have a sip from him, but his brother refused and told him they were different and that a bit of blood would not satisfy him. His older brother was happy with how clueless Isaac looked, but Isaac didn't give up. I wish he did. He snagged a mouse and offered it to his brother, but he refused. He couldn't eat raw mouse now, could he? With his two options down, Isaac understood what he had to do to have his older brother fed. He went into town, knocked at the stranger's door and requested food. How cute. His adorable little face made the house owner let him in and toss him a loaf of bread. His mission was accomplished, so he took the loaf and was about to leave when the house owner stopped him. He tried to tell the house owner the loaf wasn't for him but for his brother, but that didn't stop the house owner from demanding that Isaac pay for the loaf with a perverted price Isaac knew nothing about, a price Isaac did not approve of. The old man ruined everything with this uncalled for move of his. Isaac's older brother searched for him around town until Isaac came to him, with a loaf of bread and blood-soaked clothes and hands. The way Isaac appeared before him that night changed everything. It's certain little Isaac unconsciously made his older brother freak out. That was why not long after he sold Isaac in exchange for money. At first, he didn't understand why his brother sold him, but in time he realized that it was because he kept doing what his older brother didn't want him to do, which made him get tired of him. Giselle listens to him attentively and doesn't even notice when his story came to an end. They end up staring at each other and he asks her if she is tired of him. She argues that she is not tired of him and shares her belief and hatred of those who wronged him. She attempts to comfort him by telling him there is nothing wrong with him, he is just special, concluding her speech by hugging him and letting him know that she wants him to be happy. A pain in her thigh that she had not noticed earlier draws a curtain on the hug. She notices a bite mark that was not there before, as Isaac tries to explain to her that he was trying to clean her up while she slept but got tempted. At the end of that same night, an old man on a horseback rode by the scene of the carriage accident and found two men by the damaged carriage and offers to call a doctor for them until he takes a good look at the men and discovers one man was sucking the blood of another. The shock he gets from this realization causes him to panic and ride off. Isaac gets Giselle back home safely, drops her by her room window pane and is about to leave when she stops him and asks if he is headed back to the basement. Even after he tells her he will be returning to the basement, she is reluctant to let him go, prompting him to ask her if she wants to stay with him. He even suggests they run away together, but she declines his offer indirectly by stating that she has to go inside. Before he leaves, he promises to be by her side always and suggests they have fun together some other time. Once he is gone, she slides into the window and slips into bed where Carter is sound asleep, recounting all that had taken place during the time she spent with Isaac, how they ran off without looking back and had a great time together. She does not desire that such a magical night should end, but the thought of what would happen after she ran with Isaac is what keeps her here, afraid of running away. At the break of day, the police arrive at the scene of the carriage accident, to meet the horrific sight of the second corpse in that month with human teeth marks on his neck. They ask the man who witnessed the murder the previous night and reported it to them if the victim before them was the one he saw the previous night, and he agrees, affirming that they were at the exact location the crime happened. They ask him for details of the attack he witnessed, so he tells them he caught the attacker sucking on the victim's neck. The officers don't understand what he means by sucking on his neck, so he has to elaborate. The old man looks shaken while narrating how he saw the attacker's face burrowed in the victim's neck, while he sucked the victim's blood. If not for the marks on the victim's neck that look like the cause of death, the officers would not have believed the witness's story. They conclude the perpetrator must be deranged, and to facilitate their search for him, they ask the witness for a description of the suspect that could aid their search for him. The witness tells them about the cape the perpetrator had on him that prevented him from seeing what the suspect wore underneath, his pale skin, dark hair and amber eyes that flashed like those of an animal. The description he gives them is one they find hard to believe, so they seek to be sure he knows what he saw because it was nighttime and he may not have seen the perpetrator up close. The eyewitness argues in favor of the accuracy of his explanation, as he claims the sight was too shocking for him to forget. The witness ends up being able to convince the officers that indeed what he says is true, and they fear that if word of this gets out they'd have to do overtime just to find this man. After such an interesting night in the snow, the fever Giselle is experiencing now was inevitable. She's burning up in bed when a maid that resembles and walks in. Without proper confirmation, she orders the maid to get her a new nightgown and wipe off the sweat from her. The voice of the maid as she replies Giselle does not sound like but she's too weak to put her mind into it, even though she notices the scent of the maid's perfume is similar to the fragrance she has smelled on Carter from time to time. The maid proceeds to clean her and it turns out she is not but Roxy, the woman from the red light district that Carter has an affair with. Roxy knows Giselle is Carter's wife and is surprised to find out she is not as stiff as Carter claims she is. Giselle can finally tell the difference between the maid wiping the sweat from her and requests that she bring to her, yet Roxy denies knowing anything about any believing she must be the maid she heard quit. She goes on cleaning Giselle up until she spots a bite mark on Giselle. She is sure Carter did not have the ability to give his wife, which tells her Giselle has a lover she is hiding. Days go by and a burial is conducted for the victim of the latest murder in the woods. From the number of nobles in attendance, Countess Williams, Carter, Giselle and the others, it is clear the victim was one their society held in high esteem. After the ceremony comes to an end, mourners return to their homes discussing the recent deaths in Rose Hill. It all started with Carter's brother's carriage accident where even the driver was killed in that crash. However, they saw this one as more than an ordinary carriage accident. A noblewoman suggests that while their husbands chat, they should have a little chat. The man who was murdered pans out to be Countess Williams's son, and the ladies feel bad for Countess Williams and her family as they now have no one to continue their family line save a daughter who is still an infant. Giselle actually feels bad for them because they looked like such a happy family. It pricks her conscience to see that taken away just like that. One of the ladies spreads word that from what she's heard Williams's son's death wasn't just caused by a carriage accident but by the serial killer that has been going around. Another lady agrees with her, adding that this time there was a witness who saw it happen. She also informed them that the rumors have it that the murderer stays in the woods, so one noblewoman suggests they avoid driving through the forest for a while, though that seems impossible. Giselle is not interested in side comments. She goes straight to the point and requests a description of the killer, the same description the witness gave, a description that is very similar to Isaac's. Turns out that even in Rose Hill, strange tales have a way of spreading like wildfire. Noblemen talked about a serial killing case known as the murder in the woods. Even the maids had their take on the murder cases. All their comments had a mix of curiosity and fear that fueled the fire that kept the rumor alive. After Williams's son's death, nothing could tame this fire. Just when we thought we'd witnessed all drama possible, a new one joins the fold, in the form of Roxy, the woman that Carter patronizes at the red light district, marching through the halls of Carter's mansion in a maid's uniform. She is crazy. I'm not sure anyone can guess what she is up to here, but it sure is dripping drama. During her stroll through the halls, she hears loud voices and decides to listen in to feed her curiosity. She meets a conversation with Carter and Sophia about the thing that was in the basement going around and killing people. Sophia tries to calm him down, stating that they can't be sure it's the creature. Carter refuses to heed her words because the descriptions from eyewitnesses fit that of the creature that was in their basement. Roxy is still listening in but cannot pick anything from their discussion as Carter continues to spill out his fears and Sophia tries to calm him down. He feared what the people would think of him if they found out the killer came from his basement. He also feels the monster could come for him as revenge for what his father and brother did to him, feeding on people to gather strength and come for him. At that point Roxy was completely lost and decided to stop eavesdropping. She concluded that something was up but she could not tell what it was. She planned this maid get up to surprise Carter, but she could tell he was not in the right mood for any jokes at the moment, so she decided that in the meantime she'd just gather as much information as possible. Carter and Sophia are still on the creature in the basement matter even after Roxy stops eavesdropping. Sophia assures him they will make preparations just in case, as he fears the monster comes for him. Carter tells Sophia that for some reason has the feeling that the creature still lurks around the mansion, and he's right, Isaac never left. Isaac waits patiently in the cell for Giselle's arrival, neither of them aware that Carter and Sophia feel he's escaped. He hears her approach the cell and wraps her in an embrace the second she sets foot in the basement. He goes wild, not listening to what she has to say as a result of an outburst of his emotions. He almost bites her neck out of that outburst of emotions, but she is able to stop him before he can leave a mark, reminding him that a bite on her neck would be very visible. Seeing as he is hungry, she rolls up a sleeve of her nightgown so he can take a sip. While he's at it, she commends him for becoming better at sucking her blood gently before she asks him if he has ever left the house without telling her. The clueless look on his face when she asks him that question makes it hard for her to ask another. Certain he would never harm anyone for no reason, she suspects the killings should be the works of others like him, like the girl she came across in Duchess Tuitte's mansion. After sucking her blood, he heals her and hugs her. They'd make a cute couple, don't you think? Giselle asks Isaac if the only time he left the mansion was when he was out with her, and he nods in agreement. She tells Isaac that that's what she came down to find out and she has to return upstairs immediately. She does not tell him that she has to leave because Carter might become suspicious of her if she stays too long. Isaac tugs on her gown, looking up into her eyes, literally begging her to stay. He asks if she could stay with him a little longer. Isaac is not willing to let go of the hem of Giselle's nightgown, trying as best as he can to plead with her to spend a little more time with him. She knows she has to go, though she has always seen Isaac as meek and obedient, but there are times when he gives her this look that affects her decisions, like the time he paid her a surprise visit to tell her he missed her. She would have considered staying, but Carter's words the other night about her being comfortable staying in the house of late shows he might be suspicious, so she has to be careful. Isaac could tell from the expressions on Giselle's face that she might be considering staying with him a little longer, which motivates him to intensify his pleading. To get her to stay, he reminds her of the night they spent together and how he feels like the only one who misses the time they spent together. He lets her know that he cannot forget the intimacy of the other night, and as he prolongs his begging while clinging to her legs firmly. His pleading starts to affect her, almost winning her over, but she is able to stand her ground on her decision. Giselle had to return to bed and tried to explain to Isaac that Carter had gone to bed late and she would come to see him when she got the chance to do so. Immediately Giselle mentions her husband. Isaac's mood changes. He becomes totally emotionless and asks Giselle if she loves her husband Carter. The question takes her unawares. She's probably wondering what led him to ask the question in the first place. He tells her what he knows about marriage being a promise between two lovers to stay together for the rest of their lives and asks if that's the case with Giselle and her husband. Giselle stammers, searching for the best way to respond to what he has just said but is unable to. She stares at him trying to find some sort of expression, but he doesn't have any, which makes her feel more uncomfortable and slightly afraid. Isaac gets off his knees and asks Giselle if he made her feel uncomfortable. She's still frightened but admits that he made her feel a little uncomfortable. On hearing this, Isaac gives her a strange smile as he confesses that he's glad he can make her feel that kind of uncomfortable. His sudden innocent smile now throws her into confusion, making her wonder if she knows who he is. When morning comes, we see Carter walking through the mansion's corridor, experiencing the after effects of the previous night as he struggles to hurry to work. He notices that a maid has blocked his path and wonders why a servant would stand in his way, so he asks the servant to get out of his way, but he is surprised to find out the maid is Roxy. She greets him casually, but he responds to her greeting by dragging her into the nearest room and asks what she is doing at his house with a maid's uniform on. Roxy had seen this response from Carter from a mile away and already had a response for it planned out. She asks him if he is not surprised or glad to see her, yet he continues with his interrogation, furious and seeking to know what her purpose at the mansion is. She tells him that she only came because she heard the mansion was hiring another servant, so she asked one of her friends who married a noble and climbed the social ladder to recommend her for the job. She still sees this all as a joke, but Carter is not smiling. He furiously demands that she leave his house because according to him someone like her, did not deserve to sneak into his home. Roxy takes the insult, using it as fuel to ignite her point. She seduces Carter into seeing the importance of her being at his home to spice things up for him. They have their little moment of heat before Carter resumes his journey to his workplace. After their intimate moment, she is confronted by a maid who is unaware of what has just happened between her boss and Roxy. She asks about Roxy's whereabouts and reminds her of the tutorial on how to clean the guest rooms, which she is supposed to have. Roxy is able to slip out of this situation quickly by telling the maid she had been searching for her for the tutorial, requesting that they start as quickly as possible. Her little act makes the maid feel they must have missed each other. However, as they leave for their tutorial, they are stopped by Giselle. Both Roxy and the maid who was searching for her bow and greet Giselle, but Roxy goes on to make herself known to Giselle by asking her how she is feeling now. Giselle now recognizes her as the one who came into her room the other day but does not pay attention to that, as she is more concerned with Anne's whereabouts. She asks the other maid, who is a familiar face at the mansion, about Anne quitting. The maid reveals to her that Anne didn't just quit, she disappeared without saying goodbye to anyone, and they have no clue about her whereabouts. The revelation causes Giselle to tremble. She couldn't tell why Anne would disappear like that without even letting her know. Hearing how Anne left the mansion really gets to Giselle, killing her appetite and causing her to sit on the chair moping. She saw Anne as her only friend in the house, the only one she could talk to. She wonders why Anne would quit without even letting her know, because that makes her wonder if she was the only one who saw them as friends. She is still moping when Isaac pops up from out of nowhere and slightly frightens her, claiming she looked too sad for him to ignore her, so it's clear he came to liven up her day. She reminds him that he is not supposed to come out during the day. While holding onto her firmly like he is unwilling to let go of her, he assures her that they have nothing to worry about, as he could tell that no one is CLPSE by Z because of his really good hearing. Giselle tries to argue, but she considers Isaac's recent unprecedented behavior and decides to let him have his way. Isaac's presence takes away Giselle's temporary moment of sadness, taking Anne from her mind. She takes note of the fact that this is the first time she is seeing him in the light and welcomes him to join her for breakfast. The way Isaac drools at the sight of the food lets us know he must be starving, so he complies with Giselle's request, allowing her to feed him. He enjoys the sweets she feeds him, but this leads to a moment of intimacy that is short-lived because Isaac hears the steps of someone coming their way. Isaac disappears before Giselle could notice, and the maid arrives about the same time he disappears with the news that a man claiming to have been sent by Duchess Tuitte wishes to see her. The news of this person's arrival at the mansion makes Giselle wonder who it might be, yet she agrees to go see this man. Before leaving, the maid drops word that Sophia sent her to remind Giselle to take the medicine. Isaac is listening in on the conversation when Giselle informs the maid that she has already told Sophia she will not be taking the drug. The maid then passes another message from Sophia that if she refuses to take the drug she will take the matter to Carter. Still, Giselle is unfazed by Sophia's threats. Not too long after the maid came with the news of the stranger's arrival, both ladies left the room with Isaac still in hiding. Giselle is shocked to find out that Sir Leo, the man with the blonde hair and blue eyes, who saved her the other time, is the one who is at her door requesting to see her. What's even more shocking for her is how much courtesy he employs to tell her Duchess Tuitte sent him to escort her to the Tuitte mansion. He's doing well so far on the courtesy part and calmly offers to wait for her to get ready, but the look in his eyes tells her he wants her to follow him without saying a word. Having this in mind, Giselle orders the maid to go get her coat for her, but unknown to her, Isaac is now out of the room and listening in on her conversation with the stranger, Mr. Leo, while he keeps his distance. She asks Sir Leo what the true reason behind this visit is, but he insists she waits till they get to the Tuitte mansion. Sir Leo then tries to ease Giselle's nerves by telling her she has nothing to worry about the discussion they are going to have at the mansion, but is not allowed to complete his speech because he catches a whiff of Isaac's scent. Isaac is able to go back into hiding before he gets spotted, however it's too late. Sir Leo knows he's close by. Giselle notices Sir Leo's sudden odd behavior but doesn't know he is aware of Isaac's presence, so she asks him what the problem is. Sir Leo then suggests they invite the stranger that lives in the house to come along with them. At first, Giselle doesn't understand what he's saying. Nevertheless, when he makes mention of the presence of a being with pitch black hair and ember eyes, like the one she saw at Tuitte's mansion, she can tell he's talking about Isaac. Giselle takes a moment of silence to think about her next move. She decides the best thing to do is to outrightly deny any knowledge of a person with the features Sir Leo has mentioned. To establish her point better, Giselle states that even among their servants, there is none with such a description. While bowing, Sir Leo reveals to her that he knows she is choosing to play dumb and expresses his annoyance that he is unable to do as he wishes here to sniff out the creature. Giselle is able to bottle her rage for the time being, seeing that as she thought he is no gentleman. Nevertheless, before there is an outburst of rage, the maid returns with Giselle's coat, so they proceed with their journey to Tuitte's mansion. As Giselle leaves Carter's mansion with Sir Leo, Isaac watches from a window, suspicious of their visitor. The journey to Tuitte's mansion is silent at first as they both remain silent until Sir Leo ends the silence. He tells Giselle that she can hide the creature's traces but cannot hide Isaac's scent from him. He further informs her of his ability to catch the scent of creatures like Isaac, which runs in his family. He rants on about having knowledge of her connection with Isaac and is shocked when she denies the connection. What follows is a silent ride to Tuitte's mansion as Sir Leo is also shocked that he had postulated Giselle had a connection with the creature in her home. The awkwardness isn't over for Giselle as she arrives at the Tuitte mansion, as she can't understand why a girl she does not recognize glares at her. Duchess Tuitte urges the girl named Olivia to introduce herself to Giselle, but she refuses to comply. She gets a hold of Giselle's cheeks and shakes her head viciously before reverting to her initial glare. When it gets to this point, Duchess Tuitte decides it is the best time for her to arrest the situation before it gets out of hand. Duchess Tuitte lightly cautions Olivia for being rude, yet she remains unmoved by her actions, while Giselle tries to restore life to her cheeks that were manhandled a few seconds ago. Duchess Tuitte greets Giselle, acknowledging that it had been a while since they last saw and apologizes for inviting her to the mansion under such short notice. She offers Giselle a seat, and when the girl openly declares that she dislikes Giselle, the Duchess simply laughs it off. To ease Olivia's nerves, she gives her a kiss, which she tries to resist. The kiss reveals to a shocked Giselle that Tuitte does fancy women, as the rumors about her held. It may have taken her a while, however, Giselle can now see the resemblance between Olivia and the girl who attacked her on her first visit to the Tuitte mansion. She concludes that the girl before her and the one who attacked her that other time are indeed the same person and wonders if Olivia drinks blood to grow in size like Isaac. Once they are all seated, everyone spaced out from the other except the lovebirds, Sir Leo announces that it is time for them to get to business. He starts by stating his assumption that Giselle is aware of the reason they called her to the mansion and is annoyed that Giselle keeps dodging the topic. To make Giselle understand the severity of the matter they are about to discuss, he begins by bringing up the case of the man who died in a carriage accident in the woods. He is surprised when Giselle identifies the man as the son of Duke Williams, who she says she had met once, remember, Countess Williams's son. Giselle can recall that there were rumors that the man did not die due to the carriage accident. She could also remember the features of the murder fit that which should have been done by someone like Isaac or Olivia. Sir Leo concurs with the rumors like he is reading her mind, that there were bite marks on the man's neck, so it's clear he didn't die from the carriage accident. He then brings to her notice that there was a murder this morning and the victim also had bite marks on her neck. The news stuns Giselle as Sir Leo had expected, so he continues with a little demonstration that requires Olivia and Duchess Tuitte's help. For the demonstration, Olivia sucks blood from Duchess Tuitte's neck and Tuitte makes sounds that prompt Sir Leo to caution her. After the illustration, Tuitte tells Olivia that because they have revealed their secret, she should reciprocate by revealing hers. Tuitte's words get on Giselle's nerves. Nevertheless, she is able to stay cool until Tuitte alleges Isaac is responsible for the serial killings. Finally, Leo gets the reaction he has wanted from her the whole time. Enraged, she states that Isaac cannot be responsible for the serial killings. Sir Leo then informs her that it does not matter whether she is sure Isaac is innocent or not, she should just hand him over. Now that Olivia's secret is out in the air, Tuitte lists a couple of characteristics Isaac has, to be certain they are on the same page, before demanding that Giselle hand him over, claiming that it would be better for her to put Isaac under their watch than to keep him hidden, living with her. Back at Carter's mansion, Carter and Roxy unwind, unaware of Isaac's presence as he lurks watching them in disgust, but is gladdened by the arrival of the carriage Giselle departed in. He might be happy, but she isn't due to what she had heard at Tuitte's mansion. What she heard affects her so seriously that she has a headache that has made her very tired, but still the words keep playing out in her mind. She recalls standing up for Isaac when their accusations reached their peak, but now that she thinks deeper into what they said, she can't tell how much she knows Isaac. Giselle's evening has gone so badly that she silently agrees to take the medicine when Sophia offers it to her. Later that night, Giselle is all alone in her room thinking about Isaac. She wonders if it is right for her judgment of Isaac to be based on the fact that he is sweet and innocent like a child when he is around her. She is so deep in thought that she doesn't notice Isaac sneaking up on her. He wraps her in his arms from behind, startling her in the process. Isaac begins making out with Giselle, but instead of her to go with the flow, she is frightened by how rough he is being, meaning a little part of her doubts Isaac's innocence. Based on what she had faced earlier at the Tuitte mansion, it's only normal that she would be afraid of him and cut short their make-out session out of the little distrust in him that has been put into her by Sir Leo and Duchess Tuitte. Isaac is able to calm Giselle down the moment he rests on her lap and tells her he likes her, after which he asks her how she feels about him. She is indeed calmed by this act and tells him she sees him as cute and sweet. He appreciates her comment and pleads with her for an intimate moment, which she agrees to, allowing him to correct his roughness earlier on. After a little bit of time, she gets some space and uses that time to ask Isaac if he feels lonely. He then tells her that he feels lonely the deeper his feelings get for her. After dropping such a kind comment, one would expect a kind comment in return, but instead, Giselle asks Isaac why he feels lonelier the deeper his feelings get for her. Isaac rises immediately, repeating the question she had asked. The closer he gets to her, the more she feels like what she has been running from has come. He begins to tease her from out of the blue, though she objects. Their make-out session has to end before it even starts because Isaac can sense someone is coming toward the room. Due to his keen hearing, he can tell the person coming is none other than her husband, so he apologizes for teasing and takes his leave by leaping out from the window into the night. In the next scene, Roxy gets scolded by another maid who is annoyed that she has not been doing her quota of work lately, threatening to take the matter to Sophia. Another maid stops her from further scolding Roxy and whispers to her that Roxy has been sleeping with Carter. That technically means she is higher than Sophia at the moment. The maid who was scolding Roxy on hearing this immediately drops the matter and an insult to Roxy before she walks away. Roxy brushes off the insult as in her mind she knows she is not the only one in the world who does what she is doing. After the one scolding her leaves, Roxy's mind drifts to the empty bottle of Giselle's medicine that is on the table. She isn't surprised that the bottle is empty because Roxy has always seen Giselle as weak and fragile. She knew Giselle could not beat Sophia. She sees this empty medicine bottle as an opportunity to carry out some plan she has been cooking up for a while. She pulls out a wrap from her chest and pours its contents into the empty bottle, knowing fully well it would be refilled. It's now clear that her intentions here were never pure. Later that night, Carter is addressing a maid in their bedroom while Giselle gets ready for bed. As the maid takes her leave, Giselle starts up a conversation with Carter on how good his mood had been lately. The topic reminds him that he and Olivia have not gone to bed together in a while, so he asks if she has been feeling lonely. She knows the exact response Carter is craving, but instead, she dims his light, confessing that she has not been feeling lonely. Carter feels insulted and enraged by her response. He strikes her cheek and begins to complain about how she does not attempt to charm him. While he is at this, Giselle picks up the scent of cheap perfume on him, similar to a scent her nose has picked up from someone else at the house. He suggests that she is either ignorant or stupid and blames her for continuously reducing their chances of having a child. After a few minutes of listening to him, Giselle interrupts him from his ranting and tells him she wants a divorce. Carter cannot believe his ears when she utters her request. He refuses to dwell on the topic, quickly terminating it. He sends Giselle out of the room, ordering her to sleep elsewhere for the night because she has ruined his mood. She does not object, but silently obeys, unmoved by his little show. Down at the mansion basement, Isaac sits silently. He misses Giselle and wonders if he should go see her or not. He's lost in thought and ends up being unable to sense Olivia's presence until she is at the basement window. This is the first time Isaac is coming across another like him, and his first impression of Olivia is not proper. She kicks open the window, causing him to make a run for it. Seeing as Isaac has run off as well as the noise Olivia is creating, Sir Leo's assistant urges her to quiet down, reminding her that they had agreed to approach Isaac quietly. Because she has made Isaac run, causing a dink in their plan, she places the burden of catching him upon herself. Isaac dashes through the woods swiftly, trying to evade Olivia, yet she catches up with him in no time, clutches his throat and pins him to the ground. She mocks him for his futile attempt to evade her, but he kicks her face, giving him a chance to run off again. If it was all fun and games in the beginning, it no longer is, because Isaac has drawn her blood with his kick, causing her nose to bleed in the process. Olivia begins the chase again. This time she has a knife in hand, which she uses to stab Isaac in the chest when she gets to him. She assures him he has nothing to fear because he would heal quickly, and suggests he come with them quietly as they have no evil intentions for him, while clinging unto him, with her blade in his chest. Olivia feels she has this one in the bag. However, pain from the stab wound and blade in his chest, coupled with the fear she has put in him, causes him to fling her off him like she is nothing. Isaac's feistiness mixed with his will to not be captured angers Olivia the more and awaken the thrill of the hunt in her. However, Sir Leo's assistant stops her before she can cause any more commotion that could be detrimental to them. Well, it's already too late. Olivia informs Sir Leo's assistant that she has already injured Isaac and it would be a problem if he returns home like that. The assistant is furious when he hears about the injury and screams at the top of his voice, reminding her that he had told her to approach him quietly, even if they couldn't take him with them. Isaac gets home safe, injured, but safe, and pulls out the knife from his chest. After the ordeal he encountered the previous night, by morning Isaac is by Giselle's side. He even wakes her up from what looks like a restless slumber. She is glad to see Isaac and stretches her arms wide for a hug, but he stops her, so she doesn't get her clothes dirty. As soon as Isaac denies Giselle of her desired hug, she notices the blood stain on his clothes and flips out. She asks Isaac if he is okay and the cause of the injury on his chest, yet even he is unaware of what he did to warrant the injury. All he can remember is that a woman came out of nowhere and stabbed him. Giselle is troubled by the injury and Isaac's narrative on how he sustained it. She asks Isaac for characteristics of the woman who stabbed and is shocked to hear Isaac say the perpetrator might be another monster like him. Isaac then tells Giselle how the woman looked a lot like him and was able to catch up with him even though he ran very quickly. From Isaac's description, only one person comes to mind. Olivia. She lets Olivia's actions slide for the time being. Nevertheless, he requests permission to inspect his wound. She testifies that it looks painful although the blood has stopped, and takes Isaac to go get himself cleaned up, though he protests that he can carry himself around without her help. Isaac claims to be fine, but it turns out he isn't and actually needs her help, so she urges him to stay quiet and lean on her, knowing fully well how heavy he is. She gives Isaac a soothing bath. Though this is her first time bathing someone else, she tries her best to remain calm. Giselle asks Isaac how the bath felt, to rate her bathing skills, and Isaac tells her it makes him feel sleepy, which means she should be on the right path, right? Olivia is still bathing him when she decides to let him know he is no monster. She tells Isaac that she has never seen a man as lovable and soft-hearted as him, and she wishes to protect him. Isaac silently listens to her declarations, but when she tells him he can trust and depend on her, Isaac feels he has heard enough. he drags her into the tub and tells her how he feels. While Giselle is still in his arms, Isaac demands that she confess her feelings for him by telling him she likes him more than she likes her husband. It's true, we all know Giselle loves Isaac more than anyone else. Giselle agrees with Isaac and confesses that she does like him very much, much more than she'd like Carter. After their declarations of love, things begin to get intimate, but he almost passes out. When she inquires into his reason for almost passing out, he tells her it is because he is weak and hungry. Giselle kindly stretches out her hand for Isaac to feed from, but she's too late. He's already gone for her neck, and before she can notice, he has his teeth in her neck, pulling the curtain over Isaac's bath. Right after Isaac's bath, which ends up as a make-out session, Giselle passes out only to wake up later at night in her bed with Isaac. She wakes up to see Isaac smiling weirdly at her, unaware of when she fell asleep during the make-out session or how she got to bed. She isn't too surprised to see her drug in the room, but though her muscles hurt, she asks Isaac to bring the drug to her. Giselle questions him about the drug. She asks if someone brought it while she was asleep and is glad when he tells her it was already there when he brought her to bed. She is about to take her prescribed dose when Isaac asks her what the purpose of the drug is. She reveals to him that it is just vitamins she doesn't even have to take. He advises her not to take the drug after a quick sniff because he claims it smelled suspicious. Giselle then has a sniff to confirm what Isaac is saying but can't perceive anything suspicious. Suspicious or not, Giselle decides she has to get dressed before she takes the drug. She recalls that her nightgown is wet, so she needs to change. The thought of her need for clothing reminds her that Isaac's shirt is blood-stained. Though he feels he doesn't need to get dressed, she tosses him a gown reserved for visitors for him to manage in the meantime and heads off to her room to go get a nightgown for herself. Giselle walks cautiously through the hallway of the mansion, feeling exposed because she is in a robe. When Giselle gets to her room door, she hears sounds coming from inside and she has a peep. The sight of Carter in bed with their new maid wasn't a sight she expected to come across that night. Carter's eyes meet Giselle's and a mixture of shame and shock fill him. Reflex causes him to push Roxy off himself, as he waits to see what Giselle is going to say about what she's seen. Initially, Giselle is shocked by what she sees, but it doesn't take her too long to go back to not caring about whatever it is Carter does. Giselle tells them that she came to quickly get something and disappears into the next room. He is ashamed that he had kicked Giselle out of the room because she had angered him by bringing up divorce, only for him to get caught in the same room he kicked her out of, with another woman. He genuinely feels guilty for being caught in the position he was caught in, but Roxy is more surprised by Carter not wanting a divorce with his wife. Giselle gets what she came for and leaves without saying a word to Carter or Roxy, crippling Carter's mood even more. Yet Roxy is more interested in the unknown reason behind Giselle walking around in a robe. Carter doesn't even give his wife's dress choice a thought and seems very uninterested until Roxy asks him if he's against a divorce because he gets his title from being married to his wife or if he loves her, but Carter gives no response. When they both get very comfortable, Roxy tells Carter about her little act of spiking Giselle's medicine with a hallucinogen to fuel a plan that she feels would be of benefit to her and Carter. He wasn't with Roxy's act in the beginning, nevertheless, it looks like he's going to help her out on this one. Giselle returns to her new room to discover the terrace door is open and Isaac is nowhere to be found. She calls his name a few times, hoping he would come out, but gets no response. She concludes that he is no longer in the room and wonders why he left in the first place, but goes ahead to get changed. She is changing when Isaac comes in through the terrace door, startling her. She scolds him for popping up from out of nowhere like that and covers herself out of embarrassment. Isaac doesn't understand why Giselle is covering herself, however, she scolds him for going around shirtless and asks that he turn around while she changes. He acts stubborn and tries to induce an intimate moment, which she is able to avoid by informing him that she was in no shape for one. The drama queen is all dressed up and ready for bed when she spots Isaac observing her medicine bottle. She asks Isaac what he is doing with the bottle and he tells her that he recognizes the smell of the medicine in the bottle from somewhere but can't place his finger on what exactly it is. Giselle is now curious about when Isaac came across the smell he claims to recognize. taking us back to some time ago when Isaac was still under Carter's father's watch. He was beaten, tortured and caged, but on that day, Carter's father, Sophia and some other maid watched safely from outside the cage. The drug made him attack and murder the man who pinned him down for the other to drug him. Though it was a gory time for him, the smiles on Carter's father's face still haunt him to date. Remembering this occurrence saddens Isaac, killing his happy mood that Giselle tries to save by giving him a warm hug. To make him feel better, Giselle tells him that her desire for him to always be happy, so happy it'll wipe away his past pain. The following day, two of Giselle's maids are getting her dressed for the day. One identifies little scars on Giselle's neck and asks if she hurt herself. She immediately covers it up, claiming it's nothing, and though Carter is present in the room, he does not put any thought into what the maid said about the scar. Carter takes note of Giselle seeming the same as usual, so she asks if she shouldn't be normal. The maids still remain in the room when Carter asks Giselle to return to the master bedroom, and in their presence she refuses, claiming that from the look of things he is more comfortable having the room to himself. Seeing as their discussion is about to take a heated turn, Carter orders the maids to leave since they are finished and get back to work elsewhere in the house. With the maids out of the room, Carter cautions Giselle, imploring her to watch the words she uses around the maids, though she does not see their sleeping in separate rooms and is sleeping with Roxy as a secret. He asks if she does not wish to return to the room because of what she caught him and Roxy doing the previous night and apologizes for it. Giselle then tells him that he was not the one to give the apology but her because she doesn't care about what he does. She shifts the gears of the conversation and goes straight into asking him if he has given what she said some thought. Carter acts as though he does not understand what she is saying, and when she tells him she is referring to her divorce request, he uses her parents as his shield. In Carter's view of things, Giselle should worry about whether her parents would take her back if she returns, but she claims not to care. Carter can tell Giselle is unwilling to kill the topic, so he smites it with his hand by letting her know that she should not bring up the topic of divorce again because he would never agree to it. Out of annoyance, she airs out about it being unfair that Carter is the one to decide whether they get a divorce or not. Out of annoyance, he almost strikes her cheek but pauses midair as Giselle flinches. He taunts her even more, advising her to throw a party for herself if she is bored of staying at home all day with nothing to do. He felt no one would complain because his brothers have been laid to rest for some time now. Giselle plays along with her annoying husband. She agrees with him and asks for permission to use her study. Her request makes him even more happy as he mocks her of wanting to send out invitations so soon. Giselle is seated in her study with feather and paper in hand, reminiscing about Isaac's words the previous night that make her conclude he has horrible memories from the past that haunt him. She recalls Carter had said horrible things about Isaac in the past, and from those insults she deduces that Isaac must have been treated terribly in the past. As she writes, she remembers her promise to him the previous night and her mood seems down, which makes us wonder who the letter is to. Isaac sneaks up on her from behind as usual. He places his chin on her head and asks what she is up to. She tells him she is writing and asks if he can read, but he tries to stylishly avoid the topic by switching it immediately to a discussion about how he had discovered and driven the mice from the house. Giselle sees what he is trying to do, however, she allows him to do so. She takes note of his act of playing the cat. It's cute, and for a few minutes, she treats him like a cat, drawing him to herself and patting his head. She recalls Carter's words earlier about her being bored because all she does is stay at home. The accusation is laughable because Carter has no idea of Isaac and she could never be bored with him around. Nighttime comes quickly like most days, yet each night seems to have its assigned drama. Almost a day after Giselle caught Carter in bed with Roxy, Giselle comes face to face with her. There's a strange silence between them until Giselle stretches a letter to Roxy and orders her to get it to Sophia to mail it to her. Roxy wonders if Giselle knows she was the one she had caught sleeping with Carter the other night, or if it was too dark for her to recognize her because she had expected a slap at least. She goes on to ask Giselle if she is feeling okay. Certainly she is wondering if the hallucinogens have kicked in. To her surprise, Giselle professes that she is okay and asks her why she brought up the topic. Roxy, to prevent any form of suspicion from being raised, replies that there is no reason behind her question and she is happy Giselle is okay, even though deep down in her heart of hearts she feels it's strange that Giselle is okay. Giselle brings to Roxy's knowledge that the question she asked is the same as the one Carter asked her earlier. It serves as a hint of her being aware that Roxy was the one with Carter the night before. Now that her doubts are confirmed and she is aware Giselle knows of her little affair with Carter, she views Giselle as someone who is very understanding. They are about parting ways as a maid comes to them with news of Carter's return. She tells the maid she does not wish to welcome Carter this evening and heads to her room. Roxy on the other hand goes off to welcome Carter. Once his coat and hat are taken away by the maids, he points to Roxy and asks her to follow him in the presence of the other maids. The maids will not let this juicy topic slide. They begin mumbling about how shaky Carter and Giselle's marriage has been so far, how they sleep in separate rooms and the power Roxy now has. Sophia does nothing while they mumble. She stays silent, though it seems she has something in mind. Carter takes Roxy to his room where he brings up the issue of Giselle still feeling normal. Due to this delay in results, Carter begins to doubt Roxy's loyalty. He remembers that their plan the previous night was for her to spike Giselle's medicine with hallucinogens. Roxy planned to use the powerful drug that would create an addiction in Giselle as she kept taking her medicine, unaware of the extra drug mixed in it which would cause her to slowly lose her mind as the servants witnessed it happen. Once she is confirmed insane, the plan is to ship her off to a mental institution, taking her out of the picture instantly. Carter welcomed the idea but suggested they carry it out after Giselle gave birth to a child who would carry on his family's name. Roxy then came up with a solution to that problem, and offered to bear a child for him, to carry on his family's name, but at the right price. To solidify her idea, she reminded him that he had told her Giselle might be barren because she had fertility issues. Roxy must have really thought this one through. She went to severe lengths to convince Carter. One of those lengths was stating that he didn't have to worry about how the child would turn out, because she and Giselle share similar features and at the end of the day all that mattered was that his family's name lived on. With all that listed out, Roxy was able to convince Carter that all they needed to do was get Giselle out of the way and enjoy themselves. Carter distrusts the effectiveness of the drug and questions Roxy on the time its effects are supposed to kick in. She nonchalantly replies that the drug's effect is to kick in immediately, meaning she might have put too little and the drug diluted it. Carter is furious. He's now more in on the idea than Roxy is. To ease him of his worries, she suggests he tries out its effectiveness by using the drug as a fuel for an intimate moment. Later on, it was time for Giselle to receive the day's dose of her drug, yet it was nowhere to be found. A few seconds after Sophia discovered that the drug was missing, a maid walks in and asks Sophia for Giselle's drug, so she can take it to her in the guest room. Sophia informs the maid that someone has broken in and stolen the drug. She remains calm. Even so, she sends the maid to go gather the others. The maid succeeds in summoning all the other maids, but can't find Roxy. While wandering about, she hears voices coming from Carter's room and takes a peek to see what's going on, only to witness a rather disgusting ongoing act between Carter and Roxy. She has to return to the summons without Roxy, so Sophia asks her about Roxy's whereabouts. As soon as the maid tells her Roxy is with Carter, she decides that it's best they go on without her. She assigns 2 maids to search every nook and cranny of the servants' room while she searches the servants before her at the time. The search for the missing drug begins, and at first, Roxy might have been the suspect on everyone's mind, yet, it turns out to be Isaac. He has the drug in his hand while he watches as the maids scour about and search for the drug, realizing that they must have discovered the drug is missing. He listens in on the maids' conversation while they search for the drug. He hears when one maid asks the other why the culprit did not steal any valuables but decided to steal a mere drug because she is unaware of its value. She is informed that the drug is for making people pregnant and the culprit might have stolen the drug because she wants to get pregnant. Isaac is surprised the purpose of the drug is for Giselle to get pregnant. This is something she has not told him yet. He is still thinking about the bottle in his hand when another shocker slips in. A maid has discovered a weird wrapped-up parcel in Roxy's room. She feels the mystery parcel might be an illegal drug, seeing as the wrap is hidden in Roxy's room. The maid with her suggests she forget the wrapped substance because it is not the drug they are searching for, and they take their search elsewhere. As soon as they leave Roxy's room, Isaac sneaks in. He uses his keen sense of smell to sniff out the wrapped-up substance and compares it to the smell of the drug, to discover it has the same smell as the drug. He takes Giselle's medicine and the parcel with the suspicious smell to Giselle in the visitor's room, to let her know what he has discovered, and for the first time, he is the one on the receiving end of a sneak attack. She is glad to be the one who dishes out the surprise this time. She takes his hand, leading him to the bed, instantly making him forget what he came to tell her. When they get to the bed, she promises Isaac that she will do whatever he asks of her till further notice, and asks him to tell her whatever request he has had in mind. It is after Isaac repeats Giselle's words to confirm if she is truly willing to grant any of his desires, and the way he glares at her after she agrees that makes her feel she might have just made a very big mistake. Luckily for her, Isaac only asks her to fill him in on her background. She tells him about how lonely she was as a child, how she hated crowds, was lonely and would always bother the little friends she had, and when she wasn't doing that she was doing homework. She feels her story is boring and asks Isaac if he wants to hear her boring life story, but on the contrary, he claims to find the story interesting. Giselle is silently embarrassed that she had cooked up some dirty thoughts in her mind when she asked him to ask for anything he wanted. She feels like the only one with the dirty mind because after dropping such an offer, all Isaac did was ask her about herself. Giselle does well in hiding how embarrassed she is and continues with her story. She tells him about how she would always stare at the garden, from the window, whenever she got tired of doing her homework. From her description, the garden was majestic and one her mother loved, and tells him that whenever the gardener poured wet the flowers she would see a rainbow. Isaac interrupts her by asking her what a rainbow is. She describes it as a colorful band in the sky. Even so, Isaac claims he has never seen one. His confession surprises her, but she tells him a rainbow appears in the sky when the sun is out. Isaac clings to his pillow when he hears it has to do with sunlight, after which he tells her that his skin feels like it's burning when he is under the sun, which is why he might not have seen a rainbow before. Giselle doesn't say anything, she only gives off a weak smile because she knows how it is for him when he goes under the sun. Isaac seems sad. He can't help but wonder what a rainbow looks like. However, all Giselle does is ruffle his hair. For some reason this whole time she has been less energetic than she usually is. Maybe something is wrong. She has a weak smile on her lips when she asks Isaac if he would like them to go out tomorrow night like they did last time. Isaac is surprised by the request. He quickly agrees they have an outing while his actions tell he has been looking forward to another outing for some time now. It's settled, they'd have an outing the following night, but Isaac spends the rest of this night in her firm grip. In the next scene, we get to see a character we have not seen for some time now, Duchess Tuitte. She receives a letter we suspect might be from Giselle and goes through it with Olivia. When Sir Leo walks in on her reading the letter, he asks if it is a party invitation, something she has not had in a while, obviously because no one wants to associate with her. Tuitte laughs at Sir Leo's comment and agrees that it is indeed an invitation to a special party, a party that the look on Sir Leo's face tells us that he is invited to. Back at Carter's mansion later that night, Giselle and Isaac are about to embark on their outing. Giselle sneaks out of the mansion to find Isaac already waiting for her. She asks him if he has been waiting for long, but he assures her he has not. Before they can start their little journey, Giselle gives Isaac a coat and swaddles him up a scarf that he sees as unnecessary because he does not get cold. She knew this before getting him the coat but felt it was still necessary to get it for him. Their journey is underway after a short French kiss, and she takes her gloves off so they can hold hands, and they stroll into the woods. Isaac is unable to stay calm during the walk, so he offers to carry Giselle so that they go somewhere far. Giselle declines his offer, claiming to have somewhere she would like them to go, which makes him ecstatic. Isaac notices how cold Giselle's hands have become and advises her to put her gloves back on, but she assures him that she does not mind the cold. While holding her hand, Isaac puts it in his pocket so they can keep holding hands, but her hand would stay warm. They continue their walk to the unknown location in the cold dark night. They finally arrive at the location and Isaac cannot believe his eyes. He meets a host of people in their way, including the woman who attacked him the other night. When he sees that woman, he feels they might be in danger, so he shields Giselle. He stays alert, ready for a fight until a man in a top hat acknowledges that Giselle had come earlier than they expected. Seeing that the man knows Giselle complicates things, he looks to Giselle in disbelief, waiting for an explanation, but she says nothing. Giselle stays silent throughout this, not explaining anything to a confused Isaac. Sir Leo asks her if the one with her is the child, Isaac, that she had mentioned earlier. From the look on Isaac's face, he concludes Isaac had not been given any prior information about this meeting. He growls at the man in the top hat, to try to warn him to stay away, while he waits for Giselle to say something to him that would explain what is going on. The moment Giselle tells Isaac to go with the host of people that are before them, he loses all fight and stares at her in horror and disbelief. This singular act by Giselle reminds Isaac of the time his brother sold him for money. His lack of understanding of the situation grows and he stammers out an "Are you abandoning me?" Giselle is hurt by his question. She would never do such a thing to him. She strives to explain to him that she is not abandoning him. Duchess Tuitte keeps her distance, however, the display before her takes her mind back to some hours ago she got Giselle's letter. When she got the letter and informed Sir Leo about her receipt of an invitation, he suspected that from her joyous countenance, it was an invite to a perverted party. Tuitte affirmed that a perverted party would have the same fun vibe as what she has been invited to. She then told him the letter was concerning Isaac. Sir Leo does not remember Isaac until Tuitte refreshed his memory when she explained to him that Isaac is the child Giselle has been hiding. The letter contained a promise that she would compensate them if they came later that night to take Isaac and care for him. Sir Leo scoffed at the offer. He had never heard of a compensation to care for Isaac's kind. Tuitte revealed her expectation of Giselle to be cautious about them because Olivia injured Isaac in the failed kidnap attempt, but the letter showed that that wasn't the case. The rest of the letter contained a plea for them to take care of Isaac as he is a sweet child, and she could feel her affection for Isaac through her words used in the letter. Back to the present time where Giselle is striving to explain to Isaac that she is not abandoning him and charges him to never think that is the reason why she is sending him away. While she pleads for Isaac's understanding, his mind busy, a little part of him would have wanted to obey her and go with these people like she has asked, but among them automatically making him cautious. He had felt things between himself and Giselle were good, so he couldn't understand why she was telling him to go with these shady-looking people. He thinks about all the efforts he made for things to be normal between them, yet he cannot place a finger on what he did wrong. He needs an explanation. As Giselle finally dishes out her explanation, we get to see things from her point of view. She struggles to make Isaac understand that since the day he escaped from his cell, he was able to roam around the house in hiding and always relying on her. She saw the way he was forced to live his life as a way no one deserved to live their life. Isaac argues that he is satisfied with the way things are now and asks if she doesn't feel the same way. She responds that it does not matter whether he is comfortable with things or not, he is only okay with things now because that's all he's ever known. She feels certain that once he experiences the world outside the walls of the mansion, he will no longer see her as the special woman he thought she was. Isaac's eyes begin to gather tears, but he does not know what to say to her after all she has told him. Sir Leo starts feeling uncomfortable though, witnessing this lover's display play out before his eyes. He's also running out of time, so he has to interrupt the lovers and tells Giselle that he does not want anyone spotting them, so it would be best they take Isaac and leave immediately. Isaac gnashes his teeth at Sir Leo's suggestion, but Olivia saves the situation, takes Isaac off guard and raises a knife at Isaac's neck. In the coldest way possible, she threatens Isaac, commanding him to come with them peacefully or she would slit his throat. Giselle does not allow Olivia's ill behavior to last long. She whacks the knife off Olivia's hand and warns her to never shove anything like that at Isaac ever again. Olivia feels insulted. She is about to blow a fuse when Duchess Tuitte decides it's best she stops observing and does something about the developing heat. Tuitte prevents Olivia from speaking any further. By silencing her temporarily with her palm, she promises Giselle that she can trust her to take good care of Isaac. Before they finally part ways, though Isaac is not done saying goodbye, Giselle demands that if he feels they are maltreating him in any way, he should try by all means to return to her immediately. Right after her final request from him, Isaac, although he was not sure of what was going on, followed Tuitte and her people because he could tell from her words that she was not abandoning him. It's sad that Giselle no longer has anyone to comfort her of her sorrows at the mansion after she parts with Isaac that night. The morning comes with new drama as Roxy flips her room upside down in search of the parcel she had hidden. A maid passes by and spots her ongoing search, so she asks Roxy what she is up to. Roxy stares viciously at the maid and demands to know if anyone came into her room. The maid replies that she came into Roxy's room the previous day with a maid named Jessie to search for something that belonged to Madame Giselle, just as they had gone into and searched other maids' rooms. She knows what it is Roxy must be searching for, so she taunts her with that knowledge. She tells Roxy that they found a suspicious-looking bag in her room and asks if it is anything strange. Roxy knows she is talking about her parcel. She draws closer to the maid, looking like she has an intent to kill, and asks the maid if she took it. The maid at this point begins to feel uncomfortable. She starts to understand that she might be in trouble and utters her innocence. She guarantees Roxy she kept it back where she found it. Even so, Roxy suspects her, but she is able to convince Roxy she did not take the parcel, although she is now curious about what it contains and is frightened by her mood. In the next scene, Roxy is with a large basket of laundry, strolling through the mansion's halls, hoping to find someone to assign her share of work to, so she can go back to searching for the drug. She senses commotion that draws her attention and leads her to a discussion between Giselle and the head maid, Sophia. Roxy eavesdrops on their conversation, as expected, so she can figure out if they are arguing or not. Sophia tells Giselle that she does not keep personal records of maids who quit, yet Giselle believes Sophia is lying. It seems like they are having a quarrel about and Sophia claims she does not have time to construct such lies and walks away from Giselle. However, Giselle halts her and requests to follow Sophia to her office so she can confirm it for herself. Sophia, though frustrated by Giselle's stiff-neckedness, allows her to tag along so she can search for the records she wishes to see. The women are unaware of Roxy's presence. As they both head to Sophia's office, Roxy drops her basket in rage. Two things are certain: she doesn't know Giselle's drug has been stolen, and she feels her plan is failing woefully. From what she has seen unravel before her, she has confirmed Giselle is not showing any signs of taking the drug, so she wonders if Giselle is taking the drug. She then questioned the mixture and if she failed at inducing the right amount of hallucinogens which caused it to be ineffective. The fact that things are not going as she had planned irritates her. It's morning at Tuitte's mansion and Olivia is in bed with Tuitte, passionately watching her sleep. When Tuitte wakes up to realize this, she asks Olivia if she does not get tired of staring at her while she sleeps, but Olivia states that it is Duchess Tuitte who should be tired of her. After uttering these words, Tuitte glares at her, letting her know she is crossing a line she should not cross, so she apologizes. They don't get to discuss any further though. A knock on the door interrupts their little conversation, and it turns out the person at the door had been knocking for a while and Olivia chose to ignore it. Duchess Tuitte asks her to open the door while she hurries off to go get dressed. Outside the room, a servant roams restlessly, confused about what to do. Olivia opens the door, startling the servant. She reminds him that she had told him not to bother them because they were spending time together. Well, whatever it is, for his sake, it better be important. It is. Isaac had gone missing. Moments later, an annoyed Olivia flings furniture at Isaac, who is clinging to a wall. She orders him to get down from the wall and refrain from getting on her nerves. He does not listen, he hops to the stairs, prompting Olivia to chase after him. They hop from wall to wall, causing a scene before Duchess Tuitte and the servant who called their attention to Isaac's escape. She quizzes the servant on what led to Isaac running away, believing he must have done something to upset Isaac. The servant then informs her that they did nothing to offend Isaac. They went to get a change of clothing, and when they returned he had disappeared. They also did not wish to involve Olivia and Duchess Tuitte, but after searching for hours and not finding him, they had to involve them. Though their search for Isaac proved futile, the involvement of Olivia quickened their search and Isaac was found in minutes. Isaac's behavior makes Duchess Tuitte conclude Isaac and Olivia are different. Duchess Tuitte decides to try a different tactic. She calls off Olivia's little chase, but Olivia argues that she is about to catch up with him, to seek permission to continue the chase. The Duchess is now forced to explain her reason behind calling off the chase so Olivia does not get worked up and have to rely on brute force, because she is already halfway there. She suggests they give Isaac time to calm down and settle into his surroundings. So Isaac gets to roam the Tuitte mansion till late in the night. He stays hidden in a room all by himself when someone knocks on the door and calls him out for dinner. The speaker turns out to be Duchess Tuitte, who has made her servants prepare sweet desserts for him. Isaac is hungry but refuses to be lured out by the sound of dessert. Nevertheless, when she tells him that Giselle had added in her letter that Isaac had a sweet tooth and many other things, so he submits to the call. The mention of Giselle catches Isaac's interest, taking his mind back to her, so he asks Duchess Tuitte if she can read the contents of the letter to him. Duchess Tuitte now uses this opportunity that has presented itself before her and promises to read him the letter, but he has to get changed first. When Isaac goes through with the outfit change, Tuitte gets to see his shirtless frame, which she silently gives a 10 out of 10 rating. While the servants help him get dressed, Olivia feels on his chest. At first he does not understand what she is doing. She airs out about her suspicions of his quick healing being confirmed, however, he gives no reply. When they get Isaac dressed, they move to the living room where Isaac gobbles up the tasty treats before him in the presence of Duchess Tuitte, Olivia, and Sir Leo. Since they have Isaac's attention, Sir Leo takes the opportunity to give him a little brief. He starts by telling Isaac of his opinion that Isaac and Olivia have similar ancestors. His declaration causes them to stare at each other in silence and confusion, forcing Duchess Tuitte to step in. She disapproves of Sir Leo's communication skills immediately, stating that he would get no response from Isaac by going straight to the point. She tries to show Sir Leo how it's done and asks Isaac how he feels about the sweets and the new clothes he has. Even so, Isaac gives no response. Sir Leo mocks Duchess Tuitte after seeing that she has failed in getting Isaac to speak, but still goes on to say to Isaac what he has to say. He refrains from his earlier approach and tries something else, using Isaac's origin story. He asks Isaac if he has wondered why he is different from other people and then explains that he is one of few others who suffer from a hereditary disease that has given rise to a new species. Isaac's interest grows. He finally speaks and asks Sir Leo to show him these people that are like him and Olivia. Sir Leo proceeds with his story. His brief touches on Isaac being sold on the black market, a fate suffered by many of his kind. In his case, he was sold to Carter's family and being kept there for up to 30 or 40 years. He has all of Isaac's attention now. Sir Leo asks him if he has heard about the 3 serial killings that occurred recently, but Isaac nods in cluelessness. He informs Isaac that the perpetrator of these serial killings is most likely one of Isaac's kind, going around, biting victims on the neck and sucking their blood out till the perpetrator is satisfied. This news scares Isaac, yet the fact remains that they have to find the person responsible and get rid of him before the police do. It's late evening, and Mr. Carter is walking on the street. He notices that the police are carrying out serious investigation publicly. He is being greeted by the commissioner, who is standing along the road with a woman. They both acknowledge that it has been long they saw themselves. The commissioner attributes Mr. Carter's absence to the peace he enjoys with his wife now. Mr. Carter quickly comments on the way the police have been doing a lot of inspections lately. The commissioner replies, telling him that it's because of the recent serial killings. He tells him that they had a hard time locating the suspect, so they turned it into a public investigation. He points his finger to a poster on the wall, which shows the description of the suspect, saying he looked like a beast with dark hair and amber eyes. Mr. Carter looks astonished. That description is familiar, it fits the description of Isaac. His mind is no longer at ease as he is in apprehension. In Mr. Carter's mansion, the maids hear his carriage coming in the compound and they all run to the door to welcome him as he enters the house. Miss Sophia tells him that he's a little bit late tonight, that his wife has gone to sleep early in the guest room. Mr. Carter ignores her and asks for Roxy. She steps forward from among the maids. He hugs her tiredly, in the presence of the other maids. She offers to lead him to his room. She takes him to his room with others watching the drama unfold before them. In the room, Mr. Carter slumps to the bed. He relays his fear to Roxy, saying that the serial killer is Isaac and he'd surely come for his life. Roxy tries to calm him down, telling him not to be afraid, that she's here with him. The next day, Mr. Carter heads to work and Roxy drops him off at the door. He tells her they'll catch up later in the evening. Roxy bids him farewell in front of the other maids and the head maid, Miss Sophia. Miss Sophia instructs everyone to get back to work. The other maids hurry off, but Roxy stays behind and asks Miss Sophia if she can take the day off. Surprisingly, Miss Sophia agrees, remarking that Roxy hasn't been much help anyway. Roxy is taken aback because she always thought Miss Sophia was strict and commanding. Miss Sophia explains that her loyalty is to Mr. Carter, not Lady Nathan. Giselle is in her room. She's looking for threads for patterns she's about to make. As she wonders if the ones she has will be enough, she hears the maids gossiping outside her door. She looks back and wonders what they're talking about. She gets back to what she's doing. She thinks it's a little old-fashioned but will try to make it first. She wishes she has more embroidery thread, then she decides to ask the maids for more. As she walks to the door, she could hear what they're saying clearly. They're talking about how Roxy has been acting like the lady of the house. Talking about how Roxy escorted Master Carter to the door this morning as if they're married and about what happened yesterday night in their presence. They wonder if Giselle cares about being the lady of the house anymore, that she's just acting like she doesn't exist in the house again. After hearing all this, Giselle decides that she'll get the threads herself. She goes outside the mansion to get the thread. She knocks on a door and a young girl opens up. It's none other than Anne. She's shocked to see her. Anne's brother, who is standing beside her at the door, asks who Giselle is, addressing her as old. Giselle is surprised to hear that. Anne's parents behind asks her if they have a visitor. She turns and tells Giselle to wait outside while she dresses up to meet her. Outside, Giselle studies the environment. The street is crowded with people going about their different businesses. She sees young children working. She feels for them. Isaac isn't the only one who lived in his own world. She has been sheltered all her life too, without any idea of what the real world is like. Anne comes outside to meet her. She greets some persons on her way to meet Giselle. She apologizes for keeping her waiting, asking her the reason for her visit. Giselle tells her that this isn't the right place to tell her, that they'll have to go to a quiet place and talk. Anne leads her to a church. It's empty. She tells her that no one comes here at this time of the day, so they can talk here in private without anyone overhearing them. She tells Giselle that it's a good thing she came on her day off. Giselle asks if she has gotten a new job and she says yes, that she's working for an old lady. Giselle asks her why she suddenly quit her job without informing her. Anne tells her that Miss Sophia found the basement cage empty and kicked her out of the house in the middle of the night, that she didn't have the chance to tell her. She apologizes for that. Giselle is surprised to hear that. If Sophia knows, then Carter must know too. She feels it was the right decision to send Isaac to Duchess Tuitte. But Anne was kicked out because of Isaac and her. Giselle apologizes to Anne, saying that she'll make it up to her later. As if saying this made Anne remember something, she puts some jewelries in Giselle's hand. Giselle recalls it as the earrings she gave to her that night. and tells her that she was hurt when she gave them to her, that she only helped her out of pure goodwill, not because she wanted something like that in return. Giselle feels bad. She puts the earrings into her bag while apologizing, saying that she thought that's how things are done. And hugs her, saying that all she has to do is say thank you. Giselle says this in a whisper. They're seated, discussing about Isaac. Giselle tells her that he has been sent somewhere, where there are others of his kind. And shares her fears about whether Isaac is the serial killer that is wanted because he fits the description, but Giselle tells her that Isaac is innocent. And asks how things are going with Master Carter. Giselle claims like she doesn't understand and asks her straightforward if he still hits her. Giselle says no, that his heart is somewhere else these days, so it's been okay. She complains that the maids treat her like she's invincible. That now that she and Isaac is gone, she realizes that she's a nobody at her house. She continues saying that Isaac asked her to run away with him, but she was so scared to do that she has always had servants to take care of her ever since she was born and there's nothing she could do on her own. And Isaac is also not a normal human being either. She tells her that thinking of how to survive by themselves once they escaped that house was overwhelming and scary. She says she chooses to stay because she was afraid of that. Sadly, she says that she's nothing at home, that she's powerless. And tells her that her mother told her that one must choose the life one wants to leave and stay focused. She asks Giselle to find out what she really wants and stay focused on it. Giselle accepts, saying she will. They stand up to leave and asks her if she just came all the way here to see her. Saying that if she needs any other thing, Giselle tells her that she came to buy some embroidery threads. And tells her that she knows a place, as she leads her. It's night time. Giselle's in a bar with and drinking. The men around the table are asking Giselle a lot of questions, but is protecting her, telling them to let her drink in peace. The people are surprised that she's addressing Giselle as madam, so they ask if she's no longer working for the old woman again or she has been sacked. And tells them it's none of their house, calling them nosy old men. The young girls on the other side carries Giselle's bag to check the contents. They see jewelries, and is trying to stop them, but she mistakenly drags an object out of the bag. They ask Giselle what it is and she replies that she doesn't know and was about asking them about it. Shasha is standing there, holding the mysterious parcel in her hands, trying to figure out what it could possibly contain. She looks around at the other girls gathered with her, curiosity piqued. With a puzzled expression, she asks aloud how anyone is supposed to know what's inside if even the owner is clueless. One of the more daring girls steps forward, eagerly taking the parcel from Shasha's hands. She sniffs it cautiously and then asks with a hint of excitement, "Isn't this the thing?" And, who was quietly observing, is taken aback by the mention of the thing. Before she can even inquire further, someone else in the group asks about the value of the entire batch. The tension rises as they all eagerly anticipate what's inside. Finally, unable to contain their curiosity any longer, the girl carefully unwraps the parcel. Inside, they discover a fine powder. Shasha's eyes widen in recognition, and she exclaims that she knows exactly what it is. And, sensing something serious, presses Shasha to reveal the truth. Meanwhile, another girl turns to Giselle, the more lenient among the group, and pleads with her to let them keep the powder. She argues that Giselle has no use for it anyway. This plea sparks a lively debate among the girls, each sharing their opinions and speculations. Giselle, who has been casually sipping her drink, looks on with mild amusement at the commotion over the mysterious powder. She wonders aloud why there's such a fuss about it. And, finally breaking the tension, explains to everyone that the powder might be the hallucinogen that's been causing a stir recently, a dangerous drug. Giselle's expression turns serious as she absorbs this information. She asks the girls if any of them have been using it. They all shake their heads vehemently, explaining that they've heard how addictive and destructive the drug can be. They agree unanimously that it's better not to even start using it, warning of the rapid ruin it can bring to anyone's life once addiction takes hold. Giselle is sad in her seat, and notices it and asks her what the matter is, and she tells her that Isaac noticed the same smell in the medicine she's supposed to be taking. She tells her that she never had any hallucinations or symptoms of addiction, but she thinks someone may have added this drug into it. She wonders who could have done it. Her mind flies, wondering if it could be Carter. One of the men announces that the gangs that distributes the drugs just arrived, and he points to a man and says that he's sure the drugs going around in the dark alley go through him at one point. The man can spot Roxy with the gang leader, saying that he heard she's now working as a maid in one of the nobles' mansion. Giselle sees Roxy and recalls that is the same maid that cleaned her up one morning, the same maid that she caught with her husband, and also the same person that the maids were discussing about earlier today. Giselle rushes violently to her, dragging her by her hair to the ground. Giselle is angry, not willing to hear pleas from and telling her to calm down. She asks Roxy why she drugged her. Roxy looks and sees her. She's surprised. She never expected to see Giselle here. Giselle fires her and tells her never to step her foot in her house again, and is pleading for her to calm down as she drags her away from Roxy. She offers to call a carriage for her, saying that she can be told what happened while they wait for the carriage. It's late at night, in the Duchess Tuitte's mansion. Isaac, who's lurking around, decides to run away. As he was about jumping the fence, Olivia quickly throws a rope and drags him back to the compound. She asks if he's not tired of trying to run away. Isaac looks at her defeatedly. Inside the house, Sir Leo is trying to teach Isaac some alphabets, but he's finding it difficult to learn in the reading lessons, general knowledge lessons and dining etiquette lessons. Sir Leo concludes that he's hopeless. He complains to Duchess Tuitte that he has never had a student who is so difficult to socialize and educate, saying that he doesn't want to learn to begin with. He's frustrated. Duchess Tuitte comforts him. After a while, some group of persons enter the mansion. They all have the same features as Isaac and Olivia. One of them greets Duchess Tuitte as Miss Penelope. She corrects him, saying that he should call her Duchess Tuitte now. Another asks her if she has a piano that she can play now. They all admire the mansion. A girl in their midst comes to her and says that she shouldn't disappear on them again. Duchess Tuitte smiles and says she won't. Olivia looks as the visitors enters. They're all playing chess game on the table, but Isaac sits on his own alone. Sir Leo walks to him, sitting by his side. He tells him about how his ancestors got to know about his kind. He tells Isaac that his great-grandfather got to know about his kind when he was investigating an illegal trafficking case. He continues, saying that being able to move at night was their big advantage, but their abilities are preternatural. Also, since many of them were saved from abandonment or enslavement, they're incredibly loyal. He says that they take care of whatever he wants to be done. He tells Isaac to go and play with his kind, since he had earlier said he wanted to meet them. Isaac tells him that he doesn't feel like meeting them anymore. Sir Leo replies that he knows it will happen. Later that night, Isaac is still persistent. He wants to escape. As he jumps from the top of the building to the woods. He wanted to begin his race away when a voice stops him, asking if he's going back to Giselle. It's Duchess Tuitte. He replies that he is. She says that she thought he wanted to learn how to read, asking if he doesn't want to be able to read Giselle's letters. She tries to make him see reason with her, saying that if he goes back and someone sees her, it'll put Giselle in a tight spot. Isaac replies that he has never been caught before. Duchess Tuitte remakes that he is quite arrogant. She tells him that he may have gotten away with it so far, but all he has to do is to get caught once to put Giselle in a situation. She comes close to him, saying that she knows he misses her, but he has to be patient. She asks him if he doesn't want to show what an amazing person he has become the next time they meet. Isaac is worried. He asks why Giselle hasn't come to see him, saying that she might have already forgotten about him. Duchess Tuitte hugs him and tells him that she knows how unconditional his loyalty is for the one he loves. She tells him that she's sure Giselle is everything to him. She asks if she knows how suffocating it could be for the other person. Isaac looks at her expression. He feels she's upset. The next morning, Giselle wakes up on the couch, her head is banging from the aftermath of what happened last night. A maid brings a tea for her, it's Roxy. Giselle asks if she didn't hear what she said yesterday, about her being fired. Roxy replies that she should have let Ms. Sophia know about it. Giselle tells her to take the drink away from her, wondering what she might have put in the tea. Roxy offers to drink it first, but Giselle tells her that it won't have any effect on her because she's already a drug addict. Giselle asks her why she tried to drug her, because she knows it's not poison. Roxy laughs and asks why she'll try to poison her. Roxy asks her why she's not interrogating her about her relationship with Master Carter. She tells Giselle that although she can't say she's surprised, but she's not exactly the type to point fingers at, saying that she seems like a docile lady, the kind who never sets a foot outside the house, but who knew she had the time to meet a man so crazy about her that she leaves bite marks on her thigh. Giselle in defense says that it could be Carter's, but Roxy gives her knowledge of Carter, saying he's a man who knows nothing about foreplay, that all her cares about is the act. Roxy tells her that she'll keep the secret about her lover, but she shouldn't kick her out of the house, and she promises not to try anything funny again. She tells Giselle that she rather likes the steady income and the new toy she plays around with. Giselle looks as if she's not interested. She asks Roxy again why she wanted to drug her, but she got silence as a reply. After Roxy leaves, she's wandering around the room. She recalls what Ann said to her about choosing the life she wants to live and stay focused on it. It's evening in the Carter's mansion. Mr. Carter walks in looking tired. Roxy greets him, commenting that he's home early today. She notices his demeanor and as what the matter is. He tells her that he's scared, that he can't take it any longer. In the room, Mr. Carter sniffs some drugs. Roxy comments that he did a whole lot. She brings her feet and tells him to lick it. In Duchess Tuitte's mansion, Isaac sits for dinner with Mr. Leo. He watches as Mr. Leo eats with the fork and knife and decides to try it. Mr. Leo applauds him, urging him to go ahead. Later, Isaac is learning how to read on the table. 3 of his kind comes to meet him, asking for his name and also offering to play chess with him and teach him painting. Surprisingly, Isaac responds to them. In Duchess Tuitte's room, she's on the bed. Olivia can be seen lying on the other side of the bed reading. Isaac is standing before her. The Duchess tells him that he has been a real good child lately. He replies that he's trying his best. She brings out a card and gives to him, saying that it's his reward. Isaac looks at it. He tells her that he can't read difficult words yet, that she should read it for him. Olivia comments that he's a dummy. It's the next morning. Isaac is dreaming about the good times he spent together with Giselle. He wakes up at last to see a girl who is one of his kind, sitting beside him. We get to find out that her name is Bluebell. She tells him that he fell asleep on the couch, so she brought him to the bed. He sighs, saying that he didn't want to wake up from that dream. She remarks that it must have been a nice dream. He agrees. She asks if he has not been eating properly, because he fell asleep so abruptly, and she hears that he lost a lot of weight. He replies that he has been eating every meal that they have been giving him. She tells him that he knows that's not what they mainly eat. She unfolds her sleeves, offering her hand. She asks if he wants hers at least, saying that he'll have to give her his own later on. He looks at her and takes her hand. As he's about to bite it, he stops abruptly, surprising the girl. He tells her that he doesn't feel like it, that he doesn't want anyone's blood than that of Madame Giselle. The girl asks who Madame Giselle is, asking if she's his soulmate. He's confused because he hasn't heard of that word before. She explains to him, giving him an example of Ms. Olivia and Penny, that's Duchess Tuitte. She goes on to tell him that it is believed that the blood of a soulmate is sweeter than anything in the world. She asks him if it's true. Isaac is silent. He doesn't know what to answer. In the Carter's mansion, Giselle can be seen in her room pacing to and fro in deep thoughts. Roxy enters unnoticed and asks her what she's daydreaming about. She tells her that the carriage has arrived and Mr. Carter is waiting for her outside. As Roxy is about to leave, Giselle calls on her and tells her that if she were to strangely disappear, then she can do whatever she wants. They arrive at the party, and Lord and Lady Gregory Lango introduce themselves to Giselle. mentioning they've heard a lot about her. Giselle is glad to meet them too. Carter, however, doesn't seem happy, and Lord Lango notices. He asks what's wrong, and Carter suggests they talk privately. They step away from the crowd. Meanwhile, Giselle is left with Lady Lango, who starts a conversation by asking Giselle her age. Giselle responds that she's 22. Lady Lango comments on how young and perceptive Giselle seems, and begins giving her advice. She notes that Giselle and Carter appear distant as a couple and advises her to take care of her husband in social settings like this, cautioning her to be mindful of public perception. Giselle listens attentively and thanks Lady Lango for the advice. Lady Lango then encourages Giselle to enjoy the party, and Giselle nods graciously, appreciating the guidance. While in private, Lord Lango is in a haste to get back to the party, urging Carter to tell him what the matter is. Carter asks him how the investigation for the serial killing incident is going along. Lord Lango laughs it off and asks him why he's concerned, saying that he hopes he's not frightened by the serial killer. Carter tells him that it's a different matter, that he thinks that the culprit might be a monster he knows. Lord Lango is interested now, requesting for more information. Carter tells him the story of how his father bought one monster and locked it in the basement for over 30 years because of his habit of collecting mysterious rare items. He tells him that all these years, it never made a stir, but then he broke the lock and escaped not long ago. Lord Lango asks him if it escaped about the same time they heard of the serial killings. Carter replies that he's not sure of that. But he just wanted to tell him that the monster possesses incredible strength and cannot be easily killed, so one must dismember his lips and tear it up to shreds. Lord Lango stands up and wonders Carter would use such a cruel word in a day like this. He tries to calm him down by telling him that the police are working on it. Carter is still not calm. He tells Lord Lango that they have to seek him out at all cost, that he's sure it borders hatred on his family for locking him up and will come and kill him. Lord Lango tells him that he understands now why he's frightened, but he points to something strange, asking why it decided to escape after all these years of staying in the basement, saying that something must have triggered it. Mr. Carter sees reason with him and tells him that there was a maid who was responsible for tending the prison, that he fired her after the incident. Lord Lango suggests that the maid must know something about it. At the banquet hall, Giselle is standing with some young ladies who are talking about the weather. She notices that Carter is taking too long with Lord Lango. Then the music starts and the ladies suggest that they go and dance, but she says she doesn't have a partner. They drag her with them, saying that they're short of women, so she's lucky. Giselle is seen dancing with an elderly man. She makes a lot of mistake as she continues stepping on his feet. It has been long since she last danced, that's why she's making those mistakes. At the other side, two men are talking about Giselle, saying that she's beautiful and looks innocent. A young guy with yellow hair is inside. He quickly notices that Giselle has finished dancing with the elderly man and takes her hand. Giselle is tired, one more dance and she'll finally be done. As she dances with the new person, she thinks the party is filled with many men that she has never met, but somehow this man seems familiar, and his scent. She looks up at his face, wondering who it is. She's shocked at her findings. Is this Isaac? She looks at him. She doesn't believe he's the one. She looks down embarrassed, concluding that she has missed him so much that she's mistaking someone for him. Isaac grins and whispers to her to focus on her dance steps. Her curiosity is confirmed. It's Isaac. She bows her head surprised. He tells her not to cry, that it'll make him cry too. She replies that she's not crying but she's just surprised. He tells her that he missed her so much that he wanted to die. They continue dancing to cover up and she asks him how he got in here, and asking if it's a wig he's wearing. He says it is a wig, that he kept on begging Madame Tuitte to let him see her, that's why he came. They continue dancing and Carter, who's at the other side of the hall, sights his wife dancing with a young guy. He is distracted and the people he was talking to complained about him not paying attention. He apologizes and they suggest they go sit down so as to continue their talk. Giselle and Isaac moved to a secluded place and began getting intimate. While sitting tired, Isaac tells her that Madame Tuitte said he could meet her here, so he practiced dancing day and night and saying that he also made some friends and they took turns helping him practice. Isaac tells her that he had so much to learn before that. Giselle notices that Isaac has become a bit of a talkative. He tells her that he kept trying to run away because he wanted to see her, but always got caught every time. He says he regrets it now. She asks why and he tells her that he would have tried harder. He looks outside and discovers that he has been gone for too long. He tells her that he have to go. She asks him if he'll help her get dressed. He tells her to wait because he hears footsteps coming towards their direction. A maid walks towards their side. It's dark but she sees faintly with her lamp. She asks if anyone is there. Isaac and Giselle are both very quiet, afraid that they'll get caught. Isaac recalls some things about what Duchess Tuitte told him and also what Sir Leo told him about the recent serial killing and how it was done by his kind. An idea comes to his mind. Immediately he bites Giselle in the neck, she screams and the maid comes close to see them. Isaac takes flight, leaving Giselle with his coat. The maid asks her if she's okay. The maid runs off to go get help. She asks Giselle to cover herself up in the meantime. Giselle turns but couldn't find Isaac. Outside, Isaac is running quickly. He recalls what Duchess Tuitte told him about being arrogant. He doesn't have anything to lose but not Madame Giselle. He understands what Duchess Tuitte meant now. He hopes the world denounces him, not her. People are brought to the scene, where a maid is cleaning up the little blood on the floor. Lord Lango comments that the security was not tight because of the party, but he remarks that the killer made a bold move. He tells Mr. Carter that the maid who witnessed the accident said the man had black hair and amber eyes, which matches the description of the serial killer. He tells Carter that the killer must have gone to his wife with his hostile intentions. Mr. Carter is silent. He looks at the floor and sees a wig. He picks it up and remembers that he had seen someone with it earlier in the party. In the Carter's mansion, Mr. Carter is in his room. He's very afraid that the killer would come for him. He pours out his fear to Roxy. Roxy tries to comfort him, saying that he just have to take his mind off it and it'll be as if it's nothing. She tells him that he have the drugs to make it possible. The next morning, Giselle is sitting in her room being interrogated by some police officers. They apologizes for coming so early, saying that they were not able to ask her anything the previous day because she was in shock. They asks her if she's better now. She replies that she's okay. The lady leading the investigation tells her that the commissioner believes that the assailant who committed that grave misdeed to her is the famous serial killer who's at large. She asks Giselle if she felt that way to her too. Giselle replies that she's not sure if it was. The policewoman asks her if she got to look at his face. Giselle replies that it was too dark to see. She's asked why she went to a place that dark when no one was around. Giselle thinks fast, a lady who sneaks out of a party to go where no one is around. What other reason could be there, except to satisfy their lustful desires in a secret love affair? The woman asks her if the assailant kidnapped her when she was by herself. Giselle can't answer. The woman continues, still persuading her in order to find out if she really saw his face. She asks Giselle if he was someone she has never seen before and Giselle tells her she has never seen that face before. The woman tells her that it appears that her husband knows who he is. Giselle is surprised to hear that. The woman tells her that she doesn't know the details. She tells Giselle not to worry, that they're in the process of arresting the accomplice to the killer at the moment. Giselle looks on, wondering what they're talking about. In Anne's house, policemen can be seen outside. Meanwhile, Anne and her family are about to have their food when they hear a knock on the door. Anne rushes to the door, wondering who it is, but she opens the door to meet the greatest shock of her life. Policemen at the door. One of them tells her that she's under arrest under suspicion of acting as an accomplice to the serial killings. And is taken away without being given a chance to explain herself. Her parents looks on distress. The news of Anne's arrest made rounds in the town, getting into all the dailies. In Duchess Tuitte's mansion, she just finished reading the news and she's not happy. Meanwhile, Isaac is in his room. He's thinking about Giselle. He really wants to go see her, but he has to resist so that he won't put her in greater danger. Olivia enters the room angry and throws a newspaper on his bed, cursing and telling him to read it. Isaac picks it up and begins to read. He knows how to read now. The accomplice to the famous serial killings in Rose Hill. Under arrest. The paper mentions her name as Brenna. Olivia asks him if he knows the maid that was fired from the Nathan's mansion recently, and he recalls and telling Giselle her name. He nods to her. In the Carter's mansion, Miss Sophia is seen rummaging through some things in the cupboard. Something stands out, it's a key. Meanwhile, Giselle is on her way to Mr. Carter's room. She has decided that she can't put Anne in trouble anymore. She needs to ask Carter, maybe he'll be able to release Anne, if she have to tell him everything. As she enters his room, she's surprised at what struck her eyes. Miss Sophia is holding the key with Mr. Carter sitting on the bed with Roxy, obviously listening to Miss Sophia. In the prison where Anne is being kept. She's being questioned by the investigating officer. They're trying to get every information possible. They're asking her where she was at the time of the murder. She replies that she went straight home after work and to bed. They're asking for an alibi, but she can't provide one except for her family members, and family members' alibi is not admissible. The man asks her where the serial killer. She replies that she doesn't know where any serial killer is. The two men standing at the other side says that they know she let a man loose at the Nathan's mansion. He tells her that he's the serial killer. He asks her why she released him. Immediately, her mind goes to Isaac. She screams back at them, telling them that the boy is not a serial killer. This confirms to them that she knows him. And was worried about Madam too, because the serial killer's physical appearance resembles that of the boy. But Madam was adamant that he wasn't the serial killer. But it's true that the killings began shortly after she handed the keys over to Madam. If he really is the culprit, she wonders what will happen to Madam Giselle. The man in front of her asks her to open up to them. The two men behind are discussing. One says she might have let the killer escape, but she doesn't know where he is. The other replies, reminding him of the word that have been spread in the papers about how she's an accomplice and how the killer will be caught soon. The man replies that since it's been the talk of the town, they probably want to put the public at ease. The third man carries a weapon towards Anne. He's trying everything possible to get information out of Anne, even if it's to torture her. He begins to torture her as she screams. Back in the Carter's mansion, in Mr. Carter's room. Giselle is surprised to see Miss Sophia holding the key. She concludes that they have found out everything. Mr. Carter is so furious to see her. He stands up from the bed to give her a slap, but slips and falls before he could get to her. Roxy rushes to him, helping him up. She tells him not to be hasty, that he'll still feel dizzy from the drugs. She helps him back to the bed. Miss Sophia, still holding the keys up, says she was just about to tell Mr. Carter that he found those keys in Giselle's dresser drawer, the only keys in the house to the underground prison. Giselle looks on. The police thinks that Isaac killer. And the reason that Anne has been framed is because she was in charge of the underground prison. Giselle tells them that she stole the keys a while ago. Miss Sophia asks her if she's the one that let the monster out of the underground prison. She replies that he's not a monster, that he could have broken a little lock on his own and escaped ever since. Miss Sophia recalls the broken chain on the floor. Mr. Carter tells her that if the monster can break the lock, why didn't he do it a long time ago? Giselle replies that he chose to lock himself inside because he never wanted to hurt anyone, that he could never be anything like a serial killer. Mr. Carter looks at her. He tells her that she's out of her mind, that he can't waste his time listening to her. He tells Sophia to look her up. Giselle tries to run out, but Sophia is faster as she grabs her down. Miss Sophia asks Mr. Carter where she should lock her. He replies that it should be in the underground prison, that she should be locked up with the strongest lock that is available. Giselle is locked underground. Miss Sophia walks away from her, not listening to her pleas. Giselle is hopeless. She can't find a way to save Anne if she's locked down here. After a while, she's calm. She thinks about Isaac. He stayed here looking at that small window for up to 20 years. If Isaac was still in this house, maybe he could have gone to save Anne. She can't do anything on her own, she's so powerless, she wonders if and is safe. And is in her cell trembling, she's bleeding as a result of the torture. She calls to the prison guards, saying that she'll tell them everything she knows. They come close to listen. She tells them that she hasn't done anything wrong, that it's Madam. She stops halfway, she recalls the hug she gave to Giselle and decides not to betray her. She tells them that Madam doesn't know a thing, that she probably doesn't even know about the existence of the underground prison. She tells them that Master Carter and the head maid ordered her to keep an eye on the prison. They tell her that it's not different from what she has been telling them this whole time. They left her and went back to their post. In Mr. Carter's room, they're on the bed. Roxy asks him what he's going to do to Giselle, if he's going to report her. He tells her that he won't do that it'll tarnish his title. Roxy asks if he's going to keep his wife locked underground indefinitely. She remarks that it's cruel. Mr. Carter tells her that she was the one who suggested that they put her in a mental institution. He thinks about it and agrees. He says they should send her there, then they can run away to a place where no one knows them, that leaving this environment where the monster lurks around will be the safest thing to do. Roxy tells him that finding a new house to live in won't be easy. He replies that for now, he can just take his important things and take refuge at his vacation home, and leave the rest with Sophia. Roxy smiles and says that he wants to leave all to his underlings. It's the next day. Carter's maids have all been fired and they're all surprised that they were fired for no reason. As they walk out of the house with their bags, they begin to wonder what could be the cause. They wonder where else they'll work. One of the replies that Madame Giselle was connected to the awful incident that happened, so they might be moving away from Rose Hill. Another comments that Madame Giselle must have moved earlier because she hasn't been seen around recently. They talk about how Roxy hasn't been working lately, how she has practically been living in the master's bedroom. They all agree that since Roxy came into the house, things became worse for them. Underground in the prison, we can see Giselle, sitting down, hopelessly. In Mr. Carter's bedroom, he can be seen packing his things. Roxy on the other hand is looking at the window. It's raining. She's dressed up already, waiting for him. She asks if he needs help with unpacking and he tells her no, that he's almost done. He's remembering what he needs: the keys to the vacation home, money for the journey, title of nobility, the deed of the house. That's all they need for now. He tells her that they're ready to go now. Roxy walks to him, saying that she never knew he was a man of action. He replies that he would have gotten them out of Rose Hill a long time ago. At that moment the door opens and Ms. Sophia walks in, asking him if she'll like to read the day's newspaper before he leaves. He collects it and sees the headline: and Brenna to be publicly hanged in the plaza tomorrow. They're both surprised. Roxy smiles secretly. They got nothing useful off and so they want to kill her in order to shock the public and have some peace and quiet or a meantime. Mr. Carter closes the newspaper nonchalantly, saying that it's just a meaningless death of a peasant girl, so they shouldn't pay attention to it. Roxy agrees. As they're about to leave, she smiles to Ms. Sophia, who bows to them. Outside, Mr. Carter and Roxy enters the waiting carriage and drives off, bidding Rose Hill goodbye. A carriage passes them on the way. The carriage comes to the mansion, and two men runs in, complaining about the rain. Miss Sophia greets them and they ask about Mr. Carter. She tells them that he has already gone. The man replies that they'll just take the patient and leaves. They ask where she is. Who are they referring to? Miss Sophia leads them to the underground prison where Giselle is locked up. They introduce themselves as people from Brunel's mental hospital. That they received a treatment request from her husband and they believe it's on a reasonable ground, that she'll be admitted for treatment immediately. Giselle looks on without saying anything. They take her to the carriage. They have to leave right away. Miss Sophia looks as they're taking her away. She's surprised that Giselle isn't putting up a fight, as if she was expecting it. She watches as the carriage drives away. Master and Madam have gone, and her master has changed as well. She recalls what transpired the previous night between her and Roxy. Roxy drops a bag of money on her table. She tells her that that's a year worth of her salary. She tells her that she's sure Mr. Carter told her to watch over the house until a deputy arrives to sell it in his place. She'll be fired as well following that event. She tells her that she has devoted herself to the house for a long time. Roxy wonders if Mr. Carter has compensated her well enough. Miss Sophia, not wanting Roxy to beat about the bush, urges her to go straight to the point with what she wants. Roxy smiles and tells her that she wants to hire her. The job is simple: to burn the house down before the deputy comes to sell the place. She tells he to pour enough gasoline on each floor, so that the rain will not put out the fire. To make sure it looks like an accident, that she should take all the valuables she likes if she wants. That is exactly what Miss Sophia did as she sets the house ablaze that night. The next day, the day on which and is to be hanged. Everyone is gathered and is brought out of her cell. A sack is covered on her face as she is led outside. She follows slowly to the hollow as she's being pulled. The carriage that is carrying Giselle had stopped in the previous night to rest before continuing their journey, and is locked to a room, with one of the men guarding the door outside. She sits on the bed for a while. Later she walks slowly to the door. She peeps through the doorknob and sees the man sitting outside the door. The other man, who is superior, comes out from the next room and asks if anything happened over the night. The other younger replies that nothing happened, because he has been guarding the door throughout the night. The superior tells him that this night, they'll be driving throughout because they still have like 4 to 5 days before they get to the hospital. The younger man replies that there'll be a public execution of a girl today at Rose Hill Plaza, that they should go and take a look. The superior asks him if they want to murder an innocent girl just for show. The man replies that there's a serial killer around and the girl knows something about it. The superior asks him if they've caught the killer and he said no. He wonders why they're killing her, when she'll probably be a witness. He's surprised at what the world is turning into now. Meanwhile, Giselle, who has been listening ever since to the conversation, concludes that it's and that they're talking about. She have to get out of here to go and see her. She goes to the window and tries to open it, but it won't budge. She should have known that they wouldn't put her in a normal room while she's under watch. But she have to get out of here now before it's too late. The two men outside hears a crash from inside the room. They're surprised and they rush to check out the reason. As they open the door and they can't find her, they're shocked to see the window broken. They rush to it and look down. Giselle's coat is down on the floor. They wonder if she climbed down from a window that high. The younger offers to go down and search the place. The superior screams an order at him, telling him to tell the workers of the inn to search everywhere for her. Meanwhile, Giselle can be seen hiding inside the cupboard in the room. The superior searches under the bed but couldn't find her. He rushes outside. She didn't put up a fight, so they let their guards down. Who knew that she'll jump out of the window? Giselle, still inside the cupboard, sees the man walking out. She thanks God that they didn't see her. She comes out carefully. She can't believe that and's being executed. She have to go as fast as she can. She doesn't know what she'll do if and dies because of her. She walks to the door and decides that she'll find a change of clothes in the next room. As she changes her clothes, she sees a knife on a tray. An idea comes to her mind. Outside the inn, she threatens a horse driver with the knife on his neck, telling him to take her to Rose Hill immediately, if he doesn't want to die. Back to where and is about to be hanged, the hangman asks her if she have any last words. She shakes her head and they lift the rope. She struggles as she's being chalked. The people look on in with different expression on their faces. She stops wriggling her legs and she's brought down, and the man announces that he's confirmed dead. The crowd murmurs. The hangman says a sacred prayer for her as they take her away. Among the bustle of people, a lady is seen walking with a girl all covered up. They look familiar. The girl keeps looking behind repeatedly, which slows her down. The lady tells her to stop looking around in order not to draw attention. The girl apologizes. The lady is none other than Duchess Tuitte and the girl is Anne. Scene switches to where the dead body is to be burnt. The man in charge asks if she's the only one. wondering what she could have done that would make her see her end that young. The man who brought the body asks if the furnace is hot enough, and the other replies that they should leave it for a while so that the body wouldn't smell, because of lack of enough heat. Another man comes to call them, saying he needs their help. They all leave, leaving the body alone. The dead body in the carriage begins to cough. Immediately she takes the sack off her face with the wig. It reveals a face that's not who we expected. It's one of Isaac's kind, who we later find out that her name is Bluebell. Where the body is left alone, Isaac and the other guy comes from behind to rescue her. Isaac rushes to her asking her how she's feeling. She replies that she's so cold and thirsty. While trying to change her clothes, the other guy suggests that Isaac should leave her to him in order for him to give her little of his blood while Isaac get the work done. Isaac advises them to be careful. The guy walks to her and she bites him and begins sucking. Isaac, on the other hand, brings out a girl's body from the box they brought and throws it into the furnace. In the carriage of Mr. Carter, Roxy is sitting directly opposite him. He checks the window and notices that it's still raining. He complains that he's really bored. He tells her to help him cure it. It means a little bit of intimacy would be needed, and they get down to it. While in the business, he tells her that if they get married, he'll lock her up in the house until she gets some education. While they're going on, she bites him so hard to his surprise, he fumes, but he has already been tied up. Roxy picks the case that contains all they needed and hit him. Outside, Carter can hear the cries of the carriage rider and notices that the carriage have stopped. It looks like an ambush. Roxy steps out from the carriage and tells a young man who is waiting outside with a blood-stained knife to finish it properly. The young man enters to meet a terrified Mr. Carter. It looks like he's going to get killed. The next scene shows Giselle. She's tied up in a carriage. At Duchess Tuitte's mansion, Anne's injury is being cleaned up by the Duchess herself. She urges Anne to relax, that she's safe now. Anne shares her fears to Duchess about her thinking she's going to die in front of her family members and neighbors. The Duchess replies that it's a relief that she's alive, and asks her who was it that died in her place. At that moment, a servant walks to Duchess Tuitte and tells her that Bluebell is not looking well, that she needs to take a look. The Duchess replies that they must have just arrived. She excuses herself and stands up to leave, and wants to follow her but is stopped by a servant. From where Anne is sitting, she sees Isaac and Kay bringing Bluebell into the house. She's so weak. So that's the person who saved her. Duchess Tuitte looks at Bluebell and announces that she's all right, that it's not as bad as she thought. She tells them to take her to bed and give her a sedative. Mr. Leo stands at the top of the stairs and tells Duchess to tell everyone to gather in the office. She replies that she has up treat Bluebell first. He tells her that what he has to say is urgent too, saying that Kay should look after Bluebell, while the rest of them should come up. In the office, he asks about the update of what happened earlier, if everything went as planned. Duchess Tuitte tells him that everything went as planned, and they were able to switch in with Bluebell with the help of the guard they bribed. Isaac informs him that they dressed and made the corpse ready, just as they had planned. Sir Leo remarks that it's a waste of finances and manpower. Although they have planned to claim all the expenses with Lady Nathan, but no one knew that they'd be a problem on her side instead. Isaac looks on very interested. Sir Leo tells them that there was a fire of unknown cause at the Nathan's mansion earlier in the morning. Isaac stands up, but he tells him not to be worried, that there was no casualties, only the house was destroyed. Sir Leo continues, telling them that it turns out that all their servants had been fired prior to the incident, that the house was empty on the night of the fire. Isaac asks about Madame Giselle, wondering where she is now. Sir Leo replies that Olivia and Mac are searching for her near the city grounds. He tells them that the Nathans might have planned their departure, giving them some reasons. Duchess Tuitte doesn't agree with her. She tells him that Lady Nathan would have let them know if she's really leaving. She chides him for just jumping into conclusions. Isaac stands up and tells them that he's going to look for Madame Giselle too. Duchess Tuitte tells him that he'll send Kay to help him. she tells him to keep his hair and face hidden so that people won't see him and call him a serial killer. Outside in the hallway, Duchess Tuitte tells Isaac not to care about what Sir Leo said earlier, that he doesn't know how Lady Nathan cares about him. She tells him that Giselle won't leave without informing him first. Isaac asks her what he can do to be with Giselle. He tells her that he can't live without her. She tells him that they should border on finding her first. Isaac is outside, searching desperately for Giselle. If anyone finds Madame Giselle, it has to be him. He's going to concentrate all his senses to find her no matter what. Meanwhile, in the other side of the forest, Olivia sees a grim deserted carriage with a dead man. She's surprised. Moments ago, Roxy is seen slapping a guy in the carriage, abuses him, calling him useless and good for nothing. He had allowed Mr. Carter to escape. That they could have gone around pretending to be the Nathans and be treated with their heads high, but he has ruined everything. The guy apologizes, accepting his fault. She feels there's nothing she can do again, that at least they have enough money that can last them for the rest of their lives. The guy begs him not to leave him. Roxy recalls what Giselle told her about doing whatever she wants. She thinks that Giselle was planning to run away with her lover too. She should have done it when she had the chance. She decides not to bother herself with that. Isaac, on another part of the forest, still continuing his search, is getting exhausted. Kay comes to meet him and tell him that the sun is about to rise soon, that they should go back. Isaac wants to hesitate, but Kay tells him that Leo might have found out a bit more, that he shouldn't be anxious because they can come back the next day to continue the search. Isaac reluctantly accepts. He wonders if he'll ever see her again. They get home and he is surprised at what he sees. It's Giselle. He calls her and she turns to see him. They rush to themselves and hug warmly. He's shocked, as he asks if she's really the one. Giselle asks her where he went to. He replies that he was looking all over for her. Someone calls Isaac. He turns and look. It's the young man that brought Giselle. We're all shocked as Isaac calls him young. Flashback to outside the inn where Giselle threatened a young man. You carry her to Rose Hill immediately. The man thinks fast with the knife on his neck. He couldn't see the person's face, but he mistakes the person for a man. He notices that his grip is tight from the nerves and also have a small stature. Quickly he holds the hand and squeezes it, in order for the knife to fall down. After a while of struggle, he succeeds in bringing the person down. That's when he discovers that it's a woman, and by then she had passed out. He ties her up and put her in the carriage and begins his journey. In the middle of the forest, Giselle regains consciousness. He stops the carriage and brings her out. Her hands are still tied up. He tries to set a fire to warm her, but all the trees are wet. He offers her bread to eat. Giselle begs him to untie her, that she wouldn't run away. He does that and she takes the bread, eating it so fast that he urges her to calm down so that she won't get choked. He asks her why she threatened him earlier to take her to Rose Hill, then she pauses, as she remembers the reason. Her countenance changes and he tells her that she doesn't have to say anything. He introduces himself as Colin Gaskell. He tells her that he'll take her to Rose Hill, that he was on his way there anyway. Giselle is sad. She thinks and must have been executed by now. She begs him to take her to Madame Tuitte's mansion. He tells her that he is on his way there also. He asks her what she wants to do there. She replies that she wants to meet her lover Isaac, as soon as possible. Colin flinches as he hears that name. Back to present. Giselle hugs him tightly, thanking her for being alive and blaming herself for everything. And tells her not to be sorry about anything, that she's glad that she's okay. Giselle sees her finger and notices the injury and asks what happened. Before and could answer, Sir Leo cuts them short, telling Giselle that he's the one that should be thanked for saving Anne's life. He tells her that they need to talk. He begins walking up the stairs as Giselle and Isaac follow behind. Duchess Tuitte is left alone with Colin and she asks if he knows Isaac. While on their way, Giselle asks Isaac if Colin is the elder brother he told her about. He doesn't reply, rather he says that he just wants to be happy about the fact that he's here with her. They arrive the office and Sir Leo tells Giselle about the fire that burned down her mansion. Sir Leo tells Isaac to excuse them, with Olivia and the other guy. He wants to have a private session with Giselle. The others leave but Isaac is adamant. Sir Leo tells Giselle that the house burned but no important document was found. He asks her about the whereabouts of her husband and she replies that she's not aware. He tells her not to cover for him, and she tells him that she really doesn't know, that it doesn't really matter because she wasn't planning on going back to the house. Sir Leo replies that it matters to him, because he only helped her because of her financial wealth. She's surprised to hear that. He passes her a paper and she began to read. It is the breakdown of what he has been doing for her, from feeding Isaac to rescuing and etc. It all amounted to £500. The scene shows a room with dolls inside. Bluebell is lying on the bed and enters quietly. She looks at the sleeping Bluebell and touches the wand in her hand. Bluebell wakes up at that moment. This scares Anne. Bluebell asks her who she is, and apologizes, saying that she just wanted to thank her for saving her life. Bluebell is surprised, and continues thanking her, saying she's her hero. Bluebell tells her that she didn't save her life, that all she did was to follow Leo's orders. And says she'll thank Sir Leo also. She asks her what her name is. Bluebell tells her name, wondering why she asked. And compliments her name and tells her that she looks a lot like Isaac. She asks if he's her brother. Bluebell is surprised that and wants to know more about her. And apologizes, saying that she would leave her alone to have some rest, but Bluebell tells her it's okay. Bluebell tells her that Isaac is not her brother but they are close, Isaac, Mac, Olivia. And wonders if they're relatives or something. She comments that Bluebell's neck and hands are injured, that she went through a lot to take her place. Bluebell tells her that it's okay, that she'll heal in no distant time. And replies that it doesn't change the fact that she's in pains now. Bluebell looks at her, surprised at how kind she is. And sees her looking at her bandaged fingers and tells her that Duchess Tuitte treated her. That Duchess Tuitte is very kind, contrary to the rumors that have been going around about her behavior. And volunteers to go and ask Duchess Tuitte to treat Bluebell too. Bluebell thinks that she doesn't have to do that, but she didn't say anything. As Anne comes out of the room, she sees others in the hallway. Giselle is talking to Duchess Tuitte, saying that she told her to take care of Isaac and not Leo, so she wonders why he's forcing the expenses on her. Leo corrects her, telling her his full name in case if next time. Duchess Tuitte is silent and Giselle urges her to say something, saying that Leo is demanding a ridiculous amount from her. Olivia, who is at Duchess Tuitte's side, asks Giselle why she's singling out Duchess Tuitte. She tells her to ask Isaac to repay it then. Isaac thinks it's a good idea, but Giselle angrily tells him to keep quiet. Isaac is surprised. Giselle hasn't scolded him before. As Duchess Tuitte walk further, she sees Bluebell coming out of the room with Anne. She calls and Bluebell memorizes the name, saying she'll have to remember it. Duchess Tuitte turns to Giselle, addressing her first as Lady Nathan, but changes, saying she won't address her like that. She gives her opinion on the matter. She tells Giselle that she has a point, saying that she's the one who agreed to compensate for Isaac's care and she reminds him that this is her house. Sir Leo replies that she's his, and the house is his too. He tells her that she's quite indebted to him as well. Duchess Tuitte looks at him and tells him that she's the one who accepted the request, and Isaac was the one who brought the suggestion about saving Anne, so the expenses can be redirected to Isaac. She tells Leo to subtract the expenses that went on for looking for Giselle, since she came here on her own. Sir Leo sees reason with that and says he'll subtract £50 from the total. And replies that they're aware that she can't repay at the moment, since her house got burnt. Sir Leo says she can work for him, that he'll suck the life out of her to the last drop of her blood. Isaac, after hearing that, holds Giselle and tells Sir Leo to keep his hands off her. Sir Leo tells him to relax, that it's just a figure of speech. Duchess Tuitte tells Giselle that she can work for Leo and she'll be compensated well. She tells her that Giselle and will have to change their identities and new clothes and room as well. she asks Leo how much that will cost approximately, and he tells her that it'll cost £100. Giselle looks at them, she feels it's a scam group, everyone under this roof is on the game, but they have got her. Meanwhile, outside in the forest, Mr. Carter struggles on the floor. He just regains consciousness, it's cold and is thirsty, but he's happy that he's alive. He stands up and began to stagger slowly, at least the bleeding has stopped. He feels if he keeps on walking, he'll definitely get to a town, where he can be treated. As he walks, he becomes angry with Roxy for betraying him, after all her had done to her. He says he have to survive and find her no matter what, and make her suffer a pain worse than death itself. He doesn't want to die like this. He leans tiredly on a tree, his throat feels like it's burning, he's so thirsty and hungry. He hears a sound around and he screams, asking who's there, that he should come out from hiding. A man comes to the open, it's a man with features that fits the description of the serial killer. Mr. Carter's afraid. The man smiles and licks its lips. Late at night, in a room in Duchess Tuitte's mansion. And is seen sound asleep and snoring, while Giselle, who is in the other bed, is still awake, with her mind flooded with thoughts. She looks over to Anne, she wanted to speak with her but she's fast asleep, she concludes that she must be very tired. Giselle walks to the window, in a blink of an eye, she has lost her house and her noble title and now, she's in debt. She recalls Duchess Tuitte saying that she can work as a maid for them, and she'll have to share a room with Anne. Isaac asks why she can't stay in his room, but Sir Leo refuses, saying that there should be no lewd conduct among the servants. Isaac still insists, saying that they won't do anything but hold hands, but Sir Leo says that he can't believe that. He tells Isaac that he won't be allowed to go to Giselle's room, that it's an order. Isaac is not the one to give up easily. Meanwhile, Giselle on the other hand covers her face, she's so embarrassed that she can't say anything, she wished Isaac could just shut up. Back to present. Remembering it again, Giselle Nathan is no more. Even if something were to happen to her parents, she wouldn't even get a message. She smiles as a thought comes to her mind. That means she can live a whole different life now. She recalls when Isaac asked if she'd like to run away with him. Then she was afraid of leaving a small, protected world that had everything in abundance. That's why she was tied down. But she doesn't think it's as frightening as she thought. At that moment, she hears a tap on the window and she sees Isaac. She's happy as she opens the window for him to come in, commenting that he still has to come through the window even here. Isaac enters and she notices his sad demeanor. She asks what the matter is and he replies that she didn't miss him that much. She asks why he'll say that. He asks her if he did something to hurt her. He pushes her to the bed, and she's about to protest but he tells her to be silent, so as not to wake and who is sleeping on the other bed. Giselle says that he heard he's the one that asked them to save Anne. She thanks him, saying that she would have been in despair if Anne had died. Isaac replies that Anne is a good person, that she helped him see her back then. He comes closer and begins to kiss her. They're about getting farther before they're being stopped as the door opens, revealing Sir Leo and Miss Olivia. Sir Leo reminds them of what he said as Olivia drags Isaac out of the room. Giselle turns and sees Anne awake. She asks her how long she has been up and replies that she just woke up. Giselle doesn't believe, but Anne quickly goes back to sleep. The next day, Duchess Tuitte introduces Giselle and Anne to the other maids as the new maids. She tells them to make use of both of them as they like. They begin to work. Giselle is doing some cleaning, but she isn't doing it right, and decides to help her, but Giselle refuses, telling Anne to teach her how to do it instead. At that moment, Isaac shows up and asks if he could help, and thinks that he'll be faster because he has special powers, so she decides to let him help. Few minutes later, they're in front of Sir Leo. Isaac has broken a cleaning equipment. Sir Leo tells Giselle that he'll add it to her debt. Giselle is sad. Sir Leo comes close and whispers to her, saying that she has gotten more submissive. She's furious and Isaac comes and pushes Leo away from her. Giselle wonders if she'll be able to pay everything off, and looks straight, as if she's thinking of something. Giselle and continue their cleaning work. Big houses are a lot of work to maintain. She knew that, but she never realized how hard it was. It's late at night, they're in the room, and wants to go and shower. She calls on Giselle, but she discovers that Giselle is fast asleep. And goes alone to the bathroom. She comes out thinking she'll have to wake Giselle up. She's surprised at what she sees. Isaac is in the room, sitting on the bed beside Giselle. She wonders if she should go back, but before she could do anything, Isaac raises his head and sees her. Isaac tells her that he wants to thank her for being so kind and also for letting him meet Giselle, and is flattered. She decides to leave them alone together and she leaves the room. As she walks around, she wonders which way she'll go to. She enters a hallway and remembers that it looks familiar. Although there are many rooms, she doesn't know which door it is. At that moment a door opens ahead of her and Bluebell comes out. She asks her where she's going and replies that she's just going around. Back in the room, Giselle feels like something is on her. She wakes up and sees Isaac cuddling her. He apologizes for waking her up. He says he couldn't help it, that her scent was so strong. She just remembers that she hasn't washed up, after sweating a lot earlier. Giselle wonders where and is. Isaac tells her that her scent hasn't been this strong before. She tells him that it's because she hasn't washed up. The scent was what led to them having a nice intimate session. The next morning, while working, and notices a mark on Giselle's neck, she tells her and Giselle tells her that it's from Isaac. That she shouldn't worry because his saliva has healing properties, so the wound will heal in no time. Giselle asks and where she went to last night, and replies that she shouldn't worry, that she slept comfortably somewhere else. While they're still talking, a servant comes and gives them a message from Olivia, that they should come out to the square outside the mansion at sundown. Later that evening, they go outside and Olivia tells them that she's going to teach them how to fire a rifle, saying that it's a target practice. She asks if either of them have fired a gun before and they said no. Giselle is wondering why they would have fired one. Sir Leo explains that target shooting, horse riding and fencing are basic skills that all the people that work for him need to have, saying that they'll have to learn them with no excuse. Giselle asks him if it'll reduce her debt and he replies that she's the one that's supposed to pay for the valuable lesson. Giselle tells him that she doesn't want to learn. She tells and that they should go and rest, that she's tired. They turn to go and she hears a rifle shot. She turns and sees Isaac holding one. Giselle is surprised to see how well Isaac is holding the gun and firing at the target. Sir Leo tells her that all he had to do was just to show him how to fire a gun and now he was very good. He tells her that his kind doesn't only possess physical abilities and quick healing speed, that they also possess visual acuity and mechanical instinct, that they're naturally built that way. Sir Leo tells Giselle that Carter's body has been found. It was abandoned deep in the woods, mangled to the point of being almost unrecognizable. He tells her that it's most likely the serial killer, who would have been incredibly starved. The people in this town still probably thinks that Isaac is the monster in the woods. He says they were fortunate to discover the body before anyone else this time. But the more lives the killer takes, the more risks those kids will face, including Isaac. He tells her that he plans to catch the killer at all costs. He asks her if she doesn't think she should contribute to the effort. He tells her that unless she likes physical labor more, he won't stop her. The next morning, Giselle is seen sprawled up on a couch. Mac sees her and tells her that maids aren't allowed to sleep there. Giselle tells him to let her be. He asks her if she's Isaac's friend, that Isaac has told him a lot about her. He asks her if she feels ill, and she replies that she practiced shooting till dawn, and she can't move her neck or arms. She tells him that her back was already paining her because of the housework, and yet she had to practice shooting because of Leo. She uses an insulting name to describe him. Mac consoles her, but begs her not to speak ill of Sir Leo again, that if it weren't for him, they wouldn't have had a chance to live like real people at all. Giselle is surprised to hear that. In Bluebell's room, and is trying out some different dresses, she's embarrassed because she has never been dressed up so elegantly like that. As Bluebell checks the wardrobe for more clothes, a hand glove falls on the floor. and picks it up and asks Bluebell if she has any spare hand gloves for her. That she gets her hands wet while working, so she removed the bandages, but she'll like to cover up her bare nail beds. Bluebell looks at the sore in Anne's nails and asks if she'll like her to heal it. She begins to lick the nails. Anne's feeling strange. She recalls when Giselle told her that Isaac's saliva has healing properties. So she feels Bluebell must have the same abilities too. She convinces herself that there's nothing more to it. Bluebell stops licking and asks Anne if she'll let her suck her blood one day, and surprised, she asks if she has to drink blood to survive, but Bluebell replies no, that she just have a feeling that Anne's blood will taste different. She tells Anne that it's okay if she won't let her, that she has others to suck from, which are Olivia, Mac, Kay and Liv. And asks her about Sir Leo, and she replies that Leo never lets them drink his blood, but she still likes him. She says that it's because of him that she was able to meet everyone here, that he saved her life. And thinks that he may seem cold on the outside, but he's a good person after all. Giselle is lying on the couch, and Anne's talking about Sir Leo to Giselle, who still thinks that Sir Leo is mannerless, and she wonders why everyone speaks so high about him. Anne tells her that he may be nicer than he seems, but Giselle still doesn't agree. Anne tells her that there's something she has been wanting to ask him. She feels he'll grant her request. At that moment Sir Leo is seen passing by with Isaac and Duchess Tuitte. She points Anne towards their direction. Isaac runs to where she's lying down and asks if she's still feeling pains. He tells her that he have learnt something known as massage, asking if she'll like him to do it to her. She looks at him and smile, thinking in her heart that he's so cute. Sir Leo immediately shouts at her to get up and continue working, and goes to him and kneels before him. She explains herself as the girl he saved and tells him that she wants to request for something. He tells her to go straight to the point. She tells him that her family still thinks she has been executed, that she'll like to show them that she's alive and put them at ease. Sir Leo immediately replies no. He asks her if she's aware of the risk they're in by keeping her alive, and she wants to tell her family and risk them blabbing to more people. He calls her a selfish girl. Giselle is furious. She screams at him to shut up. Everyone is surprised, including Anne. Sir Leo tells her that he thought she had realized her place by now, but it's obvious she hasn't. He walks away as he tells Duchess Tuitte to explain to her. Anne begins to cry and Giselle comes to console her, cursing Sir Leo. Anne tells her that she's fine, that she understands him, that she took everything too lightly. She tells them not to mind her as she leaves the place, leaving Duchess Tuitte, Giselle and Isaac together. Duchess Tuitte tells Giselle that she heard she's not feeling well. Giselle replies that her muscle is sore and she has never been this tired in her life. She decides that she won't do the practice again. Duchess Tuitte tells her that she has massage cream that is very effective, that she'll have Isaac send it to her. Giselle thanks her and says that Leo is so harsh, that he would have talked to Anne nicely. Duchess Tuitte replies that he has no interest in anything that doesn't pose a benefit to him, that he's a businessman, and she's not supposed to expect anything from him. In Colin room, he's mixing some leaves to form a medicine. Duchess Tuitte enters and they greet. She tells him that he has been inside for too long, saying that there's no rush in the medicine she asked him to prepare. He tells her that it's not because of that. He says he's inside because he doesn't think Isaac wants to run into him. She replies that it may be true but asks him if he wants to talk with him. Colin smiles and replies that now that he have seen Isaac, it's no longer easy. He gives her the ingredients and medical books she wanted. She thanks him, saying that she knows it wasn't an easy task. Colin replies that it suits him, because he learns a lot from it too. He tells her that he learned a lot about how to preserve the specimen. He asks her how they responded to the blood they aged with plums the last time. She replies that only Mac took it and not the rest. She wishes Kay would have some. In Kay's room, Mac is seen sitting on the chair and reading, while Kay and Bluebell are both on the bed, drinking each other's blood. They continue and this led to them having a little intimate session. There's a knock on the and Mac goes to open it. A servant is there within. The servant gives him the towel he asked for, asking if there's anything else he needs, from the little opening at the door, and can see inside, and she sees Bluebell and Kay on the bed. She's shocked. Meanwhile in Giselle's room, she's on the bed and Isaac is massaging her with the cream. She tells him that it hurts her and he wants to stop, but she tells him to continue, that it's more effective when it hurts. Isaac tells her that he doesn't want to hurt her. She smiles and asks him to kiss her. After a while, they're sitting and Giselle asks him if he knows about Carter's dead. He replies that he heard it from Olivia. He asks her if she's sad and she replies that she doesn't know, that it doesn't feel real, all those times he verbally abused her, slapped her on the face and looked down on her in contempt. She says that that's all she thought of him, but she's surprised to hear of his death. Isaac asks her how she'll feel if he was the one that killed him. Back to the room wherein sees Kay and Bluebell on the bed. Immediately Bluebell raises her head to see and she brightens up and dashes to her. She asks her if she's still awake, that she should come and play in her room again, and is speechless as she sees blood in her mouth. Bluebell raises her fingers and sees that her nails have healed back well, saying it's all thanks to her. And recalls when she asked her if she'll let her taste her blood one day. She thanks Bluebell for it. Bluebell seems very happy. And looks at her. She's naked, with blood all over her mouth, and yet she looks so happy. Mac and Kay watches on silently. Back to Giselle's room. She asks Isaac to repeat what he said and he did same. She asks him why he'd ask her a question like that. He tells her that it's because he has imagined it before. She tells him not to worry, that it was only his imagination. She asks him not to feel guilty about it, that he locked himself in all those years because he was scared of hurting people. She tells him that she hated Carter's character too. He asks her if she means it's okay. They embrace warmly and he begs her not to stop loving in, no matter what happens. In Duchess Tuitte's room, Olivia is getting off the bed after having an intimate session. Duchess Tuitte doesn't feel satisfied as she's not looking happy. Outside in the shooting lessons, Giselle is practicing with Anne. Someone claps from behind, saying that she has improved. Giselle turns and sees Duchess Tuitte. She tells Giselle that she has been watching for a while now. She tells Giselle that she made one of 10 shots, that even though it's a waste of bullets, it also means that she's improving. Giselle tells her that and hasn't made on shot. Duchess Tuitte comes close to Giselle and gives her more instructions that will help her shoot properly. She shoots and it was way better than the others. And applauds her. Duchess Tuitte asks her who it would be if she was to shoot someone with the rifle. Giselle is lost in thoughts. She asks why she's learning the skills anyway. Duchess Tuitte tells her that she'll only have to learn basics, that's all. Giselle finally has an answer, as she says that she'll like to shoot the serial killer. Saying that he killed Duke William's son and many innocent people, and now Isaac is being framed because of him, and went through a lot because of him too. Duchess Tuitte tells her that they're working very hard to catch him as well, that they even had Olivia out on the search, but the suspect knows the forest so much that there hasn't been any leeway. She tells her that once they catch him, they plan on leaving too. He tells them that they must have forgotten that he's just like Isaac and the others, that a typical bullet won't do any harm. Duchess Tuitte gives them a silver bullet, saying that it's the only weapon that can have effect on them. She tells them that she's only giving them the bullet in case of the unexpected, so they shouldn't tell anyone. Inside the mansion, Giselle calls to Duchess Tuitte, who is walking ahead, and tells her that she wants to ask her a question. Giselle asks her if she's working for Leo also, that he speaks to her in a commanding tone sometimes. Duchess Tuitte tells her that she's right, that she's Leo's doctor and also conduct research regarding Olivia and her kind. Giselle is surprised to hear that. She asks how that can happen when she's the Duchess, that her husband must not have left her very much. Duchess Tuitte is surprised that Giselle said something like that without it sounding hostile. She tells Giselle that she started working for him even before she was a duchess. She says she left home, and that's when she met the Duke and got married. Giselle is interested in the story. Duchess Tuitte tells her that although he was just a lonely, old man who wanted companion, she pauses and says that she feels there's something else Giselle really wants to ask, and is wondering if it's a mere speculation. Giselle stammers, Trying to find the right words, Duchess Tuitte cuts her short, saying that they should go somewhere quiet and talk privately. Duchess Tuitte leads Giselle to her study and offers her a seat. Giselle looks around and concludes that it's not an ordinary study, judging from the interesting things she can see here. She asks Giselle if she's aware that Isaac cannot come in contact with sunlight. Giselle didn't hear about this from Isaac directly, but she came to discover it over time. The curtains drawn on every window confirms her suspicion. She asks if it's for other of Isaac's kind also. Duchess Tuitte replies yes, saying that the moment their skin comes under the sun, they'll suffer a burning sensation and will turn to ash even before the day ends. Giselle is shocked to hear that. Duchess Tuitte notices it. She tells her that on the day of N's execution it was a lucky day, because it was raining for days and the sun was nowhere in sight, that if it hadn't been for the weather, she would have been executed just like that. Duchess Tuitte smiles and tells her that both of them haven't seen in broad daylight before. Giselle says that it has nothing to do with her, but the Duchess smiles and tells her that she's be shocked to know the number of years she has lived. She brings out a drug and shows Giselle, saying that Sir Leo told her to give it to her. Giselle asks what it is and she replies that it's a medicine created by her. She tells Giselle that as per the request of Sir Leo's ancestors, the Fetz family has long gathered information and kept them under protection. They also used them to procure wealth for themselves over the generations. With their learning capabilities, unimaginable strength and ability to recover, they can be almost used for everything. She tells Giselle that she is shocked to hear that they burn to ashes in the sun, but their real weakness is something else. She tells Giselle that she has watched countless number of them die, as well as people, that they seem to have a tendency to accept only one partner for live and choose to end their lives if their partner dies. Because of that, the Fetz family used the blood of that kind to turn their human partners immortal. Giselle asks her if Leo took the medicine too, but Duchess Tuitte replies no, that the Fetz family teaches their descendants at a young age to avoid taking the medicine at all costs, even in the face of death. Duchess Tuitte tells her that it's alluring to give in to the idea of eternal youth and beauty, but since she's the only person who's still alive after having taken this medicine, one might infer that it's not the most desirable kind of life. That she'll struggle with the boredom and oppression she'll feel from being tied down by the one who have choosed her, grow sick of thirsting of blood, and her inability to see the sun, and in the end, choose to end the life. Giselle is shocked to hear that. She tells Duchess Tuitte that after all she's heard, it's no longer appealing for her to take the medicine. Duchess Tuitte tells her that it's the duty of the doctor to the patient the possible side effects. She gives Giselle the drugs, telling her that it won't transform her completely when she takes one of it, but she'll get a feel of what is like, that she'll get a taste of what is like to live like Isaac. Later that night, Isaac enters Giselle's room through the window. He can't find her on the bed. He goes to the bed to wait, hoping that it'll make her happy. After a while, he's worried and decides to go find her. He walks round the room to the bathroom. He hears Giselle and N talking in the bathtub. He opens the veil to see both of them bathing in. Quickly, he drags Giselle out of the water and glares at N, and is so frightened. Giselle asks why he's glaring at N like that. He quickly carries her and takes her away with her, begging him to at least let her put on some clothes. In Colin room, he is packing his clothes to leave. Duchess Tuitte comes in and asks if he's leaving. He tells her that he prepared the medicinal ingredients so that she'll be able to use them right away, and as his work here is done, he feels it's time to leave. She asks if he didn't get the chance to speak with Isaac, and he smiles. She tells him that she remembers when she first met him, that he was so frantically looking for a boy, that he didn't hesitate to approach them, and now he has grown so much. Colin replies that time has flown by, although they still haven't been able to develop the medicine. Duchess Tuitte replies that it's her fault that the medicine is not complete. He tells her that her theories are flawless, that if he could just find an ingredient that would suppress the immune response more, they'll be able to complete it. As Colin is walking away in the hallway, he sees both Giselle and N walking together. He stops Giselle and requests to speak with her. She wonders if he's leaving them. He tells her that Isaac believes that he abandoned him. just as he expected. Giselle replies that that's not what he did. Colin continues, saying that he didn't know that he won't get to see Isaac again. That he came to work for Duchess Tuitte while still searching for him. He tells her that he's looking for an ingredient for a medicine that will turn Isaac into a normal human being. She's supposed, she asks if there's a medicine like that, and he says that it's still under development, and it won't be long until it's complete. He tells her that Sir Leo keeps children like Isaac so that he can make use of their physical abilities, so he suggests that Isaac and she don't stay here for long. As Colin walks away outside, from the window Isaac looks at him. Giselle is in her room, she's holding the medicine given to her by Duchess Tuitte. She recalls what Colin said to her earlier. The only trustworthy person here is Madame Tuitte, so she should please keep whatever he says to herself. That he's going to turn Isaac into a normal human being. Giselle is confused and walks inside the room to inform her of the meeting of the servants at the lobby. In the lobby, Sir Leo is addressing all the servants. He tells them that he have gathered them because he has an announcement, that another body has been found dead and it appears to be the work of the serial killer. He tells them that by the look of things, the person has been dead for over 2 weeks and it's likely that the killer will attack soon. He continues, saying that with the forest being deep and thickest with fog, their usual search tactics have not proven to be effective. So he wants to outsmart the killer in the search and involve all hired help in the search. He tells them that £1 million is the reward for whosoever that finds him. He continues, saying that if any of them play any part in his capture, that person will be awarded anywhere from £100,000 to £300,000. That they'll leave as soon as they're done with the preparations for the hunt. As the servants disperse, Giselle asks and if it doesn't sound dangerous, she replies that it does, but the killer is causing more harm to a lot of other people. And tells her that it'll be alright if they all go for the search together, that she's not sure how much help she'll be, but she used to go the forest to pick mushrooms when she was growing up, so she knows her way around. Sir Leo overhears that and asks her again if she really knows her way around. She replies yes. He tells them to disguise themselves when they leave the house. Late at night, Giselle and bid themselves good night. After a while, and hears an unusual sound, it's Giselle calling on her to wake up. She turns and sees Giselle all covered up on the bed and vibrating. Giselle tells her to call Isaac for her, and runs away in fright, looking for Isaac. While running in the hallway, Olivia comes out from a room and asks what the matter is, and tells her that Giselle is in a bad condition and is asking for Isaac. She asks if Madame Tuitte should come and take a look because Giselle is in a lot of pain. Olivia looks and tells her that she'll go and get Isaac. She advises and not to go back into the room again. And decides to go to Bluebell's room. She knocks on the door, asking if she could stay there. And thinks for a while if Giselle would be okay, wondering if it'll be better for her to stay and nurse her. The door opens and Kay shows up. He tells her to stop coming to see Bluebell and slams the door at her face. And looks on, very surprised. She wonders what Kay have against her. Inside the room she hears Bluebell shouting at Kay, saying he should get out instead. The door opens and Bluebell comes out, dragging and in. She asks if she was kicked out of her room again, that it makes her feel happy. She asks and if she wants to play with her doll or play dress up again. Kay slams the door angrily and tells him to leave. Bluebell tells him to stop it. And he replies that it's for her own good, that she shouldn't give her heart to and that things never end pretty for their kind when they fall in love. Bluebell shows him an example in Penny and Olivia. She says she wants to be with and for the rest of her life, just like them. Kay is angry. He tells her that if he knew that this would happen, he never would have saved the girl, and hearing this, opens the door and run away. Back in Giselle's room, she's still under the blanket. She can hear Isaac's footsteps so clearly outside. He opens the door and enters and calls her in fright. She can smell his scent, stronger than she had ever done. She drags him to the bed quickly. He's surprised as he asks her if she's okay. To his surprise, she bites him in the neck. She removes his shirt, and this leads to them having an intimate time together. The next morning after everything, They're both lying on the bed. Giselle sees a mark on Isaac's chest and acknowledges that it's painful, even if she's the one that gave it herself. He tells her that he likes it, that he felt that she needed him. He asks him how she came about it, and she tells him that it was from the medicine that Duchess Tuitte gave to her, saying that she says that medicine will help her experience what he used to experience for a while. That after a little while, and scent became terribly alluring and she wanted to rip into her skin and smell her blood. She tells him that she heard voices of unknown causes, and became aware of the texture of her clothes. That all her senses were in high alert and felt like she was being consumed with the sudden urge to cover everything with the scent of blood. She asks Isaac if this is what he has to be surprising every day, asking how he endures it. He tells her that he feels like he may go insane sometimes, but once he sleeps on it and wake up the next day, he feels very better. She tells him that he can come to her when it gets hard, that he can put that burden on him. But Isaac replies that he doesn't want to be a burden to her. Later on, Giselle and the others are having their shooting practice. Giselle's aim is getting better. Olivia, who is supervising them, tells them that whoever makes less than 6 out of 10 will be in Team B. One servant meets Giselle and comments on how good she is at firing. Giselle smiles and thinks it's not just that, her shots are even more accurate than usual. The medicine must still be exerting its effects. After the practice, they're going inside and one of them invites Giselle to play cards with them, that the servants play cards till late at night daily. Isaac quickly appears, holding Giselle. He asks what they're talking about. Giselle asks if he's jealous, saying that it's adorable. The servant who suggested the cards says that she's so close to Isaac, that he forgot that they're lovers. They're playing the cards. A fleeting change of expression, the smallest waver of the voice. All her senses are on high alert, it must be the effect of the medicine. They stop playing and the other opponents tell Giselle and Isaac that they rigged the game, they made them good night and leave. Giselle and Isaac are alone together and they started getting intimate. The next day in a medicinal shop, Colin goes there to get some ingredients. He is showed a new one that just landed from overseas, that it might be similar to what he's looking for. Colin decides to take some potion of it, in order to complete his research. He sees something in a bowl and asks what ingredients that is. The man tells him that it's a poisonous herb. The shop owner tells him that she brought it here because he heard that it amplifies medicinal effects, but it turned the person's condition frail and prone to disease, that the customer caused a real fuse demanding compensation. Back in Giselle's room, and comes out the bathroom to see Isaac and Giselle on the bed, she decides to give them privacy and she leaves them. As she goes outside, she doesn't think it will be any good idea to go close to Bluebell, so she can't spend the night in her room. But it's alright, she has found a new safe place. Who would have thought that there'll be a garden like this inside the house? Somehow, the flowers still bloom in this weather, and it's warmer than the room she shares with Madame Giselle. The couch is a little hard, but it's rather cozy. A voice startles her, it's Sir Leo's. He asks if she's sleeping here again. She asks him what he came to do here. He tells her that he comes here when he have a hard time falling asleep, that she only started coming recently, sleeping without a care in the world. She takes her pillow and apologizes, saying that she didn't know she is allowed in here, that she won't comes back again. Surprising, he tells her that he didn't stop her from coming, that she sleeps so soundly. It was a bit amusing. The next day, Giselle is down with cold and is being treated by Duchess Tuitte. Isaac and Anne are standing by the bedside. Duchess Tuitte tells them that Giselle overexerted herself for the past few days and she may be ill for a while, that they can take turns in taking care of her. Isaac volunteers that he can stay with her all the time. Duchess Tuitte tells him that she doubts if Leo will allow him to do that Leo will need his abilities with the hunt around the corner. She assures him that he'll get better very soon and he shouldn't worry too much. Colin sits to write a letter to Duchess Tuitte, telling her about how he has found the ingredients that looks like the final ingredients they have been looking for in order to complete the medicine that will turn Isaac and her into normal human beings. He tells her that he's coming back to the mansion but is too excited, that's why he decided to write the letter to her. He tells her that he'll always be grateful to her because she took him in when he was little and taught him everything he knew. He hopes that the medicine will help him reunited with Isaac. Colin ventures into the forest that night, traveling to the Duchess Mansion. The sky is clear and spring is around the corner. He travels with the medicine with him. Suddenly, someone hits the carriage and he falls to the floor. In fright, he looks up and behold, the popular serial killer is who he saw. He thinks it's Isaac. The serial killer pounces on him before he had the chance to do anything. Later that night, Anne goes back to that place she found Sir Leo the previous night. She looks around and wonders if he isn't here today. Sir Leo, who is sitting on the couch, tells her that she has a room to herself now. He says that there's no need for her to come here again. Anne comments that he knows everything. He smiles and asks her why she's here to see him. She quickly replies that she just came to see the flowers. He doesn't believe that. He knows they must be a reason. She's silent. He asks her if she's curious about how her family is doing. She asks if anything has happened to them. But he tells her not to worry, that the people of the town are shunning them, but their neighbors helping them out behind closed doors. He tells her that none of the people who knows her seems to believe that she was guilty. He comments that she built up a good reputation. And asks him if he looked on her family to see how they are doing. He replies that he expects some cash for Giselle in return. Anne's happy. She tells him that she can see why some people told her that he's kind. Finally, Giselle wakes up late at night. As she sits up, she wonders how many days she has been asleep. She stands up to walk. The door opens and Isaac walks in. She recognizes his sad countenance and asks what's wrong, that he doesn't look well. He tells her that he had nightmares. She smiles and tells him that she dreamed of him. He's interested as he's dragged to the bed. He asks what type of dream it was. She replies that they were just sitting side by side staring at a rainbow. Isaac replies that he has once had a dream of her showing him a rainbow too. Giselle smiles and says that they had the same dream. As they sit on the bed, Giselle tells Isaac that her time is different from his, that one day she'll get old, her back will get hunched and her face will be full of wrinkles. He replies that he thinks she'll still be beautiful. She doesn't think he'll think the same when that time comes. She tells him that when she's old she'll die. He replies that he'll die with her. She pushes him to the bed smiling. She asks him if he's sure he'll love her forever. He tells her yes, that he loves her and will always love her. Giselle tells him that she'll talk to Duchess Tuitte. Could it be that bad feelings always turn out to be right? Or that his guts is so keen so as to accompany his hypersensitive senses? Sir Leo addresses the servants, telling them that another body has been found and it's none other than Colin Gaskell. He tells them that he was an apprentice to the Duchess, that because of this, they'll be leaving for the hunt immediately. Isaac's nightmare turned true. They all step outside for the hunt, and asks Giselle if she'll be alright to go for the hunt since she has been bedridden for days. Giselle replies that she's okay. It's Isaac that she's more concerned about. Olivia gives orders on how the search will be carried out. Giselle walks up to Isaac and asks if he's alright. He looks sad as he just places his head on her shoulder. She recalls when Colin told her of his plan to change Isaac back to a human being. She tells Isaac that before Colin left, he told her that he wants to treat him, that she doesn't think he ever forgot about him, that he was always on his mind. She apologizes for telling him this when Colin is no longer with them, but she tells him that she thinks he has misunderstood Colin's intentions. Giselle begs Isaac not to go after the serial killer that killed Colin and take matter into his own hands. That it would break her heart to see him hurt. He replies that he hopes she'll do that same too. He tells her to avoid the killer at all costs, that she should run away at the sight of him. Contrary to their sincere concerns, the first day of the search amounted to no results, and they returned home empty-handed. The same thing happened on the second day, and the third, and the days turned into weeks and then 2 weeks. Sir Leo looks frustrated as he sits eating bread and speaking with Duchess Tuitte. He wonders how it is possible that they couldn't find a trace of the serial killer. Duchess Tuitte wonders if the serial killer has relocated. She tells him that he must have gotten tired of wait-only bread with all the servants being pulled out into the search, with no one to do any house chores. She tells her that they can't neglect the household's duties any longer. That it's time they give up on the search, that they have been no progress. Sir Leo tells her that he also feels that he has left the house unattended to for too long, that he had intended to go back as soon as they found the killer. He asks how Giselle is, asking if she gave her some of those medicine. Duchess Tuitte tells him that she thinks she's taking the medicine every day as prescribed, that it won't take long until she becomes like her. Giselle is seen taking the drugs. Colin is dead. Without him, turning Isaac to a normal human is no longer possible. She's walking in the hallway with and they get to sunlight, she feels her skin irritated. A world imagine Isaac and her can be together under the warm rays of the sun. Giselle passes out and this makes him to be afraid. After a while Giselle wakes up on the bed, she asks and if she fainted again, and is very worried about her, she's afraid something is going to happen to her. Giselle looks at her concern and tells her that she have been taking some medicine, that it was given to her by Duchess Tuitte. That if she takes it regularly, it'll transform her to someone like Isaac. And asks her what that means and Giselle tells her that she won't be able to be in the sun like Isaac and also won't ever grow old or sick and will experience hyperdeveloped senses. And is surprised to hear that. She asks Giselle why she'll do that. Giselle replies that she has decided to live that way and be with Isaac forever. And comments that Isaac must really mean a lot to her. She tells Giselle that not ever getting old or dying may sound alluring but to her, it sounds cruel. She asks if she's sure she's thought it all through and Giselle smiles and nods. And looks at Giselle. For some reasons Giselle looks so far away, she also looks haggard. And tells her that she'll respect her decision if that's what she wants. She offers her a necklace as a gift. Before Giselle could say anything, and hugs her and says that she hopes Giselle would be happy, because she can't help worrying about her all the time, hoping that she's the right decision. Giselle is feeling change in her body, and scent, she wants to taste her. No she can't, she must resist. She tries not to lose control but she can't. She bites and in her neck. And backs off, screaming that it hurts. She tells Giselle that she's acting strange. Giselle tells her not to come any closer. The door opens and Isaac walks in. He asks what both of them are doing. And tells him that Giselle is acting strangely, that he shouldn't misunderstand them. Isaac comes close to Giselle hugging her, he tells her to leave. And is frightened. Isaac cuddles Giselle and tells her not to rely anyone else, that he's all she needs. Late that night, they all go out to continue the hunt. Kay tells Bluebell that after this search, Mr. Leo says they can go back to the mansion. So he tells her that they should be the way they were, that she should forget about Anne. Bluebell is silent, they all walk silently, searching. Someone is seen standing on top of a tree. Bluebell senses it and tells Kay about it. Kay climbs up the tree immediately and looks around but couldn't find anything. They all continue the search. Another party, a servant sees the killer on the tree again. He runs to tell Olivia and Sir Leo of what they found out. Everyone is giving orders to be searching up the trees. The killer sprints quickly to another place. The servant could feel it and decides to report to Sir Leo. A team saw the target on the move but they lost him again. Sir Leo is contemplating. The killer's movement is unpredictable, that he can't grasp a pattern. And asks him what he means by that and he tells her that if he's on the run, he should have gotten himself far away from here by now, but instead they keep spotting him. It's as if he's sticking around the premises for a reason. He says something is different from usual. And looks on, as she follows slowly behind. She thinks about what Sir Leo said. A servant hears something and they decide to split up, thinking the killer will be nearby. And goes on her own, searching. She feels if the killer is still arousing somewhere, then he's looking for something. And continues her search and she comes face to face with the killer, who grins and goes to her. And screams and Giselle could recognize the voice. She rushes to the sound. She sees and on the floor with the killer on her side all covered up, she has been bitten. and is shocked. She immediately takes out her rifle and shoots the killer. It misses his head but hits him in the shoulder. He sprints away, leaving Anne on the floor. Giselle runs to her asking if she's okay. The others comes towards them at the sound of the shot. Sir Leo asks what was the shot he heard. Giselle tells her that the killer bit Anne and she needs to be treated immediately. Olivia tells her to help Anne to the nearest carriage. Sir Leo tells Olivia to take Anne to the mansion herself, that it'll be faster that way. Olivia replies that she wants to go after the killer. Sir Leo tells her that this is more urgent. Olivia perceives something and she announces that she smells another blood also. She asks if anyone else is injured. Giselle tells her that the bullet grazed the killer's shoulder. Sir Leo tells them that they'll be to track him down by the smell of his blood. He tells a servant to go and bring Kay, Bluebell and Mac. As Anne is being carried, she tells them that there's a stream nearby and the killer would be able to wash up his scent in no time. Giselle is surprised that she's awake, and tells her that the killer didn't run away when he saw her, that he stayed nearby and attacked her from behind. She tells Giselle that she thinks he was after her from the start. She begs her to be careful. Olivia whispers something to the ears of Sir Leo. He asks Giselle the direction that the killer went. She pointed towards the direction and volunteers to lead the way. Sir Leo refuses, telling her to stay there. They all walk towards that direction. Giselle is confused. She wonders why she has to stay here without doing anything. The killer took so many innocent lives and put Anne through so much suffering. Isaacs was accused of being the killer too. She reminds something. She wonders where Isaac is. She started calling his name and searching for him. Finally she sees the killer sitting under a tree, facing the other direction. She lifts her rifle to take a shot, but the killer senses her presence and rushes to her to take the gun away from her. Someone shoots him from behind and he falls to the ground. It's Sir Leo. The killer is on the ground. Giselle is surprised at what she saw. It's none other than Isaac. Sir Leo tells her that Olivia told her that the blood felt familiar. He continues, telling Isaac that he thought it was strange, how he was always so much more well-behaved than the others and was able to suppress the urge. Giselle can't believe this. Isaac stands up and his face is revealed. She asks Sir Leo what he means, saying that Isaac is hurt and he needs to be treated. Finally Isaac speaks. He tells Giselle that he remembers now, that he killed Colin, that he wished it was a bad dream. Isaac runs safe from them quickly. Sir Leo tells them to retire for the night, saying that the killer won't come back anymore. Isaac walks on injured. Sun is starting to come out, as he staggers in the forest. He gets to a cliff. He feels someone coming behind him. He knows it's Giselle. He calls on her and she shoots him from behind. Isaac falls down from the cliff. 11 years later. Giselle is now living in a home that doubles as an orphanage. She's doing some laundry and a rainbow comes out. The children are in awe of it. Someone comes to visit. It's Anne. As they sit to talk, Giselle tells Anne that it's been a while and she thanks her for coming to see her. She asks if she should get her some tea. Anne tells her that she'll like to stay outside a little longer after a long ride. Giselle asks how she is, and how her childhood are doing also. She tells them that they're okay. She remembers that she brought a present for her from her last travel to Italy, that she forgot it in the carriage. Giselle tells her not to rush, that she can give it to her before she leaves. After a moment of silence, Anne tells her that she has been wanting to ask her a question for the past years, but wasn't sure if she'll give her an answer. Anne asks her if she used the bullet she gave her. Giselle's silent and Anne tells her not to worry, that it has been 10 years already. She apologizes for reminding her. Giselle tells her that she saw Duchess Tuitte and Olivia in the port recently. She didn't approach them, but she was certain that it was them. That it was broad daylight and they looked older than she remembered. She tells her that seeing them reminded her of him. And replies that it's been so long since she heard their names, that she hasn't seen them since her husband quits his business. An elderly woman comes to meet them. She addresses Anne as Lady Fetz, completing her beauty. She thanks her for her continuous contribution to the running of their home. The woman tells Giselle to bring some tea out for the Anne, but Anne says that she's okay. The woman thanks her again for her generosity. that they were able to take in another child because of that the child just arrived and she should come and take a look. She tells Giselle to come and take a look too. They enter inside and they see a boy. He has black hairs and fiery eyes. This description is very familiar. And Giselle looks unsurprised. The woman tells them that she thinks that it's because of his eyes and hair that he was abandoned. She tells Giselle to go and introduce him to the other children. The child grabs Giselle's hand eagerly, and she takes him outside. The children outside are looking for the rainbow which had disappeared. As they reach outside, Giselle asks him if he has seen a rainbow before. He says no, and she tells him that when it comes out again, they'd see it together and he'll like all the colors. The child beams happily. As they stay outside, we get to see someone watching them from afar. It's the killer. He smiles as he sees both the child and Giselle going along happily. With this story comes to an end. Phew! That was one roller coaster ride. Enjoyed the story? Please let us know below. Also, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. Until next time, ciao.